And by right back, I really meant it. Should be going. Yeah? Everybody refresh. I don't know if you need to refresh. There we go. I just realized I made a silly mistake.
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot.
I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, there we go. Much smoother. I just realized I've been playing at 30 frames a second. I don't need to do that for this game. It should stream just fine at 60 frames a second. It's Subnautica that has to be at 30. And that is smoother, that looks nicer. Yeah.
An anchor. I'm not gonna let it hold me down.
Hey, Chris.
Morgan?
Ahoy, matey! I see another swordsman be coming to challenge me for entrance into an afterlife full of swordplay and swashbuckling. Very well. Let's test your wit.
Thank goodness you're all right!
Hey, I be talking to ya.
No, I'm not all right. I'm dead. Apparently you are too. Now go away.
Well, you'll be happy to know that I obliterated your murderer.
You destroyed LeChuck?
What? Death must have scrambled your noggin. LeChuck killed me. DeSinge killed you.
Hello? Sword fighter looking for a challenge over here.
DeSinge?
But you said...
That's just great. My one shot at redeeming myself, and Mr. Mighty Pirate can't be bothered to properly listen to my death rattles.
But...
And on top of that, he sullies my reputation as a kick-butt pirate hunter by insinuating that I couldn't beat a wimp-wristed, wig-wearing sissy boy like DeSinge with 2 arms tied behind my back!
Sorry?
God, I'm depressed.
Look, I'm not planning on sticking around this land of the creepy. I got unfinished business with LeChuck, and my wife is still in danger. I'm probably gonna need some help getting out of here, and you are my only friend.
Forget it. I'm a worthless, backstabbing traitor with poor communication skills. I don't even deserve to be your friend.
Anyone?
All you need is to get a little fight back in you. Come on, grab your sword and fight me.
No, I won't fight an unarmed man.
I be armed. Fight me! Fight me!
Well, I'm not done with you yet, lady. I'll be back.
Fine. I'll just wait over here then.
So, were we ever, like, friends? I didn't think so. This seems like the longer conversation, so I'm going to try this one more time.
Come on, why won't you fight me?
What's the point? You don't even have a sword.
I still have my razor-sharp wit.
Let's just...
Great, use it on that guy. He seems to want to fight.
We just slap.
Aha! Come to test your steel and wits against me, lad. Well, I hope you have sharpened both, cause I'm about to...
No thanks. How long has Morgan been sitting there?
Can't say for sure. She's been here since before LeChuck did me in, that's for certain. Just sitting there. She won't even insult sword fight me. Every time I toss out a taunt, she just agrees with me.
Then compliment her.
Pardon me, mind if I borrow this?
Hey, LeChuck stuck that in me for a reason, you know.
LeChuck?
Aye. He came back after me and me mate stole some gold turtle from him. He chopped off me head and asked me to hold that for him.
In your decapitated head.
Yeah. Oh, he just wanted to kill me, huh?
That'd be my guess.
Aye, that makes sense.
A ghostly sword of the afterlife.
Arr, matey. Come to match wits against me.
No thanks.
Ah, then you must want to know how I lost me head.
LeChuck cut it off.
Oh, I see. So you just came over here to waste me time then? Thanks.
You're welcome. Come on. Why won't you fight me?
What's the point?
On your feet, Mo.
Fine.
Yes, now we're talking. I'm getting in on this action. I once owned a dog that was smarter than you.
It's hopeless. I can't believe I once studied under the greatest swordsman in the Caribbean.
Wait, I got confused. Can you two say that again?
I once owned a dog that was smarter than you.
It's hopeless. I can't believe I once studied under the greatest swordsman in the Caribbean.
He must have taught you everything you know.
I'm the most cunning pirate on the 7 seas. Do you know what my IQ is, boy?
Seriously, on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible a person am I?
So I'm supposed to find the response that works on both of them? Is that what it is?
Wait, I got confused. Can you two say that
I
again?
gotta think
I'm the
here.
most cunning pirate on the 7 seas. Do you know what my IQ is, boy?
Seriously, on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible a person am I?
I wonder what this does.
Why? Can't you do the math yourself?
Okay, I get it. I'm stupid too.
No, I was talking to...
Forget it. I'm useless.
Oh, so you're not. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna refill my beer. I need another one. I know I should just go right after the next one, but I need it. Okay, so there was the I'd rate you a 10, so that would insult the one guy and actually compliment the girl. Okay. So I guess that's what I'm supposed to do.
On guard!
Fine.
Yes!
Yes.
Smaller men quiver at my unmistakably masculine swagger.
The way I wave this sword around, it's like I'm a little boy.
Wait, I got confused.
I can't remember
Can
what they
you two
both
say
say
that
unless I
again?
hear it twice.
Smaller men quiver at my unmistakably masculine swagger.
The way I wave this sword around, it's like I'm a little boy.
I guess.
Believe me, you're all woman.
I'm useless. I can barely even lift my sword.
There certainly is a foul smell coming from this fight.
So, see, these are compliments, but then he wins. Whereas, if you say this, then she loses. Okay, hold on. So yeah, let's see what happens when he's better.
See? In some ways you are stronger than me.
I died a failure. I used to dream that somebody would call me the greatest pirate hunter
Oh,
in the
wait.
world.
You make me want to puke.
Oh, maybe that did work. I don't know. Maybe. I wasn't just. Or maybe that did work against him too. Can we get him to win and her, like, compliment her, but then also like say the wrong thing for him?
Wait, I got confused. Can you two say that again?
I died a failure. I used to dream that somebody would call me the greatest pirate hunter in the world.
You make me want to puke.
Okay, so this is the winning line, right? I don't know.
Well, I think you did a darn good job.
That didn't even make sense. Ha! That'd be a poor insult.
What? No, I thought I was talking to the lady.
Even that would have been a better comeback. But it's too late now. I win!
But
If he's the winner, then I must be the loser.
Okay. All right. I guess I did. I managed to do it. All right.
on your feet, Mo.
Fine.
Yes, now we're talking. I'm getting in on this action. I'm the most cunning pirate on the 7 seas. Do you know what my IQ is, boy?
Seriously, on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible a person am I?
How terrible a person. There you go. That one obviously doesn't work.
-1, if that.
I died a failure. I used to dream that somebody would call me the greatest pirate hunter in the world.
You make me want to puke.
I bet people say that about you all the time.
I once owned a dog that was smarter than you.
It's hopeless. I can't believe I once studied under the greatest swordsman in the Caribbean.
I got this one right before, I guess. Well, that explains your flea problem. That insults him, but yeah.
He must have taught you everything you know.
You know what? You're right. I was a darn good pirate hunter. Sure, I made a couple of bad decisions and my enunciations could apparently use some work, but as long as we are both here in the crossroads, I can still make it up to you.
You can't match my witty repartee.
I could if you would use some breath spray.
Wait.
Wow, I didn't think that you had it in you, lass. Now my head and I can move on and you can be the guardian. You just have to stay here until someone comes and challenges you.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Well, you deal with that on your time. I'm off to battle on the endless seas of Davy Jones' locker.
You know what? I think I will stay here and challenge the weak and unworthy for a while.
I knew you had it in you, Mo.
Listen, I am sorry for the way I betrayed you. If there is any way I can help you, Just ask.
Use this wisely. Okay. Let's have a
Hey,
conversation.
you.
What's up?
Are you sure it wasn't DeSinge who killed you? You sure acted guilty.
Didn't you pay any attention to my dying words? I clearly said, don't trust LeChuck. He's hypnotized a bunch of monkeys and ran me through with my own blade.
That's weird. I heard you say DeSinge is a schmuck. When he got thirsty, he killed me for some lemonade. In my defense, it should be noted that you were coughing up a lot of blood at the time, so something may have gotten lost in the translation. Did Caleb try to sell you a picture of your spirit at the crossroads too?
He tried, but I don't like people taking pictures of me. It's bad for my business. Sounds like he got his camera fixed by the time you got here, though.
Hey, when you crossed over, were you still clinging to a shred of life too?
Shred of life? No. But I guess it makes sense for you, considering everything you left behind.
What would you say was the most important thing to you when you were alive?
My independence, probably. I liked being my own woman. Still do.
No, you're stuck to your post until somebody beats you, apparently. So you're going to defend it with pride and never leave. Until somebody beats you. And then you'll do whatever the last guy did.
I have an idea how to get out of here.
Guybrush, forget it. We're dead.
Yeah, but LeChuck was once able to escape using a voodoo spell. I just need to find it.
Really? There's a chance I can return to the living world and continue to take down pirates? Present company excluded, of course.
Seems that way.
Well, if I can help in any way, let me know.
So, you just return the way LeChuck did? In the forms LeChuck did?
Don't run off.
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Boom.
Good luck with the sword fighting gig. I'll be back.
Okay. That was... There's always a fun twist on the insults.
Welcome, fellow thief. You are a thief, aren't you? Of course you are. You wouldn't be here if you weren't, am I right?
Of course I'm a thief.
Excellent. Make yourself at home. Feel free to look around. We have many valuable stolen items here.
Half of them which will be
keep them
missing when I
around as
leave.
trophies.
Clay urns. That's weird. I have a nagging urge to smash these.
I wouldn't do that, friend.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? Because it's rude.
Right. Of course. Hey, nice. I had a collection of autographed sextants too. Do you have a Vasco da Lama?
Ah, I'm sure that I do.
Wow, what a coincidence.
Both of his hands are cut off.
Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
What's the story behind this?
I lifted that right out of the pocket of Betsy Bilgewater. Stealing that was easy. Trying to steal a kiss got me a swift kick to the boys.
Yikes!
How'd you manage to steal this?
Funny story. I was running a con on Deadeye Drake, trying to get at his collection of gold cannonballs, when he hauls out this thing and asked if he can have it shipped back home. I even charged him 300 pieces of 8 to do it. Oh, how that guy survived as a pirate for more than 2 years is beyond me.
Wow. This is nice. Where'd you get this from?
Ah, that I stole from Captain Bloodbeard himself, just after his crew mutinied and made him walk the plank. From the crow's nest.
Oh.
Ooh, scrolls, parchments, and maps. Winslow would be so happy. Peg legs? How did he manage to steal all of these without the wearers noticing?
Oh.
What's the deal with this thing?
Ah, that's an old one, friend. They say that toe juice encrusted sock was once worn by LeChuck himself. The thief who stole it claimed he slipped it right off the zombie pirate's oozing undead foot without being noticed. Funny how he showed up here in the afterlife, still clutching the sock in his fist.
Wow. You mind if I, steal it?
Actually, I'd prefer you just take that one. It's really starting to stink up the place.
I was gonna say, I wonder if that's part of the voodoo spell.
The Sock of LeChuck. It has the fetid stench of an undead athlete's foot.
Yeah, but I also once carried his underwear, so this is an upgrade.
Wow. You stole this?
Actually, that was already there when I got here.
Fair enough.
Good story. Exactly what a thief would say.
Ooh, shiny.
All right, let's talk to him.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
What are all these things?
Those are the things I've stolen from the poor, unsuspecting pirates passing through. Some real gems there, huh? I'm sorry. What was that you said?
I didn't say anything.
Are you sure? I thought you might have said there was something behind me.
There's a three-headed monkey?
There is? Well, I'd better turn around and look at it. Why, I don't
No,
see anything.
secrets
over
aren't meant to
here.
be stolen.
This is nice. Where'd you get this from?
Ah, that I stole from Captain Bloodbeard himself, just after his crew mutinied and made him walk the plank. From the crow's nest.
Oh.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
Yoink.
I hate to be a bad host, but I'm afraid you have got to be moving on.
Oh, okay then.
I can't have this place full of thieves all the time, or people will stop coming in, you know what I mean?
Well, thank you for being so accommodating.
Speak nothing of it, friend. Feel free to come back at a later time.
I guess that's what I'll do. I wonder what this is. Yeah, he said I can come back later, and I never finished the dialogue tree either, but he kicked me out for now. I don't know.
Hey, old Creepy Bones left his tip jar. I'll just hold on to it. For safekeeping. Hey, wait a minute. Some of my stuff is gone. That two-bit thief robbed me. Pretty smoothly, too.
I was gonna say that. What did he steal? I was gonna say, when looking about the stuff, I mean, what did he steal? I took the urn and I don't see it here.
Here's a tip. Glue down your tip jar. Mo money, mo ability to solve puzzles.
It's a turnstile. And apparently death has yet to shed any of the inconveniences of life.
Nothing. Oh, I think the rest of my bills are too wrinkly for the machine. Oh well. I'm pretty sure everything is sold out anyway.
Here, boy.
I have no reason to torture them with this disgusting footwear.
I'm gonna go right back to the thieves' den.
Welcome back, friend.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
What happened to your hands?
LeChuck happened to them. I guess he still held a grudge from when we stole the summoning turtle from him when he was human. He came back and slaughtered us all.
Doesn't having no hands get in the way of your thievery?
Not if you're good. I can lift a wallet with my teeth, crack a safe with my toes, and loot an entire treasure hold using just my, cheeks.
Ew. Did you steal everything in here?
Most of it, friend.
So, what kind of thievery skills do you have?
The usual, friend. Pickpocketing, lockpicking, safe cracking, and creating artificial buying pressure for a generally low trading volume issuer in the over-the-counter securities market.
Yeah, me too.
All useful?
Hey, the last time I was in here, you robbed me.
Aye, of course I did. And you robbed me as well, if I remember correctly.
Ah, you got me.
What's a few stolen items amongst thieves, eh?
Ha, good times. Good times. So, what kind of thievery skills do you have?
The usual, friend. Pickpocketing, lockpicking, safe cracking, and creating artificial buying pressure for a generally low trading volume issuer in the over-the-counter securities market.
Yeah, me too. Would you mind, looking behind you again?
There's something behind me, you say? Better have a look. Why, I don't see anything over here.
Ooh, shiny. Yoink.
Are you sure you meant... I hate to be a bad host, but I'm afraid you have got to be moving on.
Oh, okay then.
Till next time, friend.
This must be the center of the crossroads.
Yes, this is the point at which every soul must choose their ultimate pirate path. You may choose sword mastery, thievery, or treasure huntery.
How piratey. anchor. I'm not gonna let it hold me down.
That putrid smell is so familiar. Yuck.
What? Oh, that's LeChuck's sock. I guess it is pretty rotten. Sorry.
Anchors are not known for their versatility.
Honestly, Chris, I don't think he took anything that I had before. Did he? Or is my memory's just bad? Because I haven't been looking my inventory a lot. I've been just playing the game outside of the inventory. I think he's only taking the item that I'm stealing from his own stack. Whether it's the jar or the map or whatever. I'm not completely under the impression that I even want those items anyway.
Welcome back, friend.
Clay urns. That's weird. I have a nagging urge to smash these.
I wouldn't do that, friend.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? Because it's rude.
Right. Of course.
So I could take a peg leg, probably a scroll. Yeah, I could take anything of these.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here.
See, he's faking it. Oh, I can't just like conk him out.
Are you sure you meant behind me? Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep
Nah.
looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around.
what's the story behind this?
I lifted that right out of the pocket of...
Yikes.
Why, I don't see anything over here.
How'd you man?
Funny story. I was running a...
Wow.
I already heard all that.
Why, I don't see anything
Sexton's
over
ready to be stolen. And he just takes that right back, so...
here. Are you sure you meant...
This is nice.
Ah.
Oh.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me? Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around.
As soon as you take something, he turns around. And it doesn't matter, he just takes it right back.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure
Rog
you
can't
meant
solve all my
behind?
problems, but it does help me face many of them.
Maybe if I try squinting.
Isn't there one in the tombstone? I thought you said that it was always there.
Wow, you stole this?
Actually, that was already there when I got here.
Fair enough.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me? Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then
Nope.
I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
I think he wants me to take something.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here.
My skeleton showing through again.
Are you sure you meant behind me?
Yoink.
I hate to be a bad host, but I'm afraid you have got to be moving on.
Oh, okay then.
Till next time, friend.
And then he takes it back, okay. No. I figured out basically everything up to this point in the game, so. And now I'm on the last chapter, so I got to keep my streak going, you know?
Hey, you.
What's up?
Hey, Samus, I didn't see your first comment. That's why I didn't greet you. For some reason, I missed it.
How's the sword fighting gig going, Mo?
You know, it's not bad. I've already defeated 3 total posers and 1 half-decent fencer. It's not quite the same thrill I got from being a hired mercenary, but it'll do for now.
We can't just all defy being dead, though. There are rules in place for a reason, you know? Like, the guy who lets people out, it's like, if I let you through, I have to let everybody through.
You still depressed about being dead?
It's not so bad. I'm not so sure I'm ready to move on, though. Being a guardian for the Crossroads and fighting off the weak and unworthy is fun, but I don't think I want to be stuck here for eternity.
I have an idea how to get out of here.
Guybrush, forget it. We're dead.
Yeah, but LeChuck was once able to escape using a voodoo spell. I just need to find it.
Really? There's a chance I can return to the living world and continue to take down pirates? Present company excluded, of course.
Seems that way.
Well, if I can help in any way, let me know.
I'll be back.
I'll be here.
Good luck with the sword fighting gig. I'll be back. How goes the treasure hunt?
Fantastic!
I've been told by a marginally reliable source that LeChuck may have buried something important around here.
LeChuck? Ah!
So you don't know anything about it?
No, but there are a lot of X's here. Hard to tell what's buried where.
So let me get this straight. There's a fabulous pirate treasure under each and every one of these X's?
What? You still got grave dirt in your ears? Try it yourself!
I don't think there's any way I can catch these parrots right now. Maybe later.
I wonder how this is all going to come together. Whoops. Stop it. I bumped space. Okay.
Welcome back, friend.
Now,
Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
I'd like to buy something, shopkeep.
I don't think you quite understand the meaning of thieves' den, friend.
No time to be buying people drinks.
so this whole room just feels like a joke.
They can get their own life. Here's a tip. Glue down your tip jar. There's one guy I shouldn't leave alone with my big jar of cash. It's this guy. Rog can't solve all my problems, but it does help me face many of them.
Because I can... There are 4 items here. Just pile, 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 pile. And they seem, as far as the puzzle goes, equivalent. They don't actually seem like the most attractive items to say, oh, I really want to get my share of these. It seems that the real item I'm after is the secret. But then Guybrush just says secrets aren't meant to be stolen. I have no idea what he means by that. Well, what is this?
I wonder what this would feel like in my pocket. Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here.
I wonder what this would feel like in my pocket.
Are you sure you meant behind me?
I didn't say behind you.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here.
Okay, so he turns back around when you walk too close to the boat.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
So, what kind of thievery skills do you have?
The usual, friend. Pickpocketing, lockpicking, safe cracking, and creating artificial buying pressure for a generally low trading volume issuer in the over-the-counter securities market.
Yeah, me too. There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
swipe.
No.
Time to go, friend.
Oh, right.
It's not what I meant.
Till next time, friend.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here.
No, secrets aren't meant to be stolen.
Are you sure you meant behind me?
yoink.
I hate to be a bad host, but I'm afraid you've got to be moving on.
Oh, okay then.
Like, why can't you just run?
Till next time, friend.
So here we are once again. I've got 5 locations I can stand around at. I'm not aware of any particularly good leads at any of them.
Hello.
What's on your mind, Tripwood?
Do you still have the spirit photo?
You got any money yet?
Oh yeah, I do.
So you say you know a lot about spells, eh?
Fancy myself a bit of a spell connoisseur. Big ones, small ones, uppers, downers, reversals, hexes, jinxes, you name it.
Really? Huh. I'll keep that in mind. What happened to the spell LeChuck used to return to the land of the not dead?
Some say it is locked away in a vile treasure chest and hidden somewhere in the crossroads. But no one knows for sure.
What did you say your name was again?
Caleb,
Oh, okay, he didn't change it.
Talk to you later.
sure, why not?
I'd like to buy that spirit photo, please. I think my wife will get a kick out of it once I figure out how to get back to her. How much is it?
That should cover it. Enjoy the memories.
Is it some of my money or all my money? Ah,
A photo of my spirit. They say the ethereal camera of the afterlife subtracts 10 pounds.
not that Guybrush needed that.
A photo of my spirit. They say the ethereal camera of the afterlife subtracts 10 pounds. Rog can't solve all my problems, but it does help me face many of them.
What could my spirit photo do?
It's wet and slimy. Reminds me of my old pet salamander, Mr. Wiggly. Anchors are not known for their versatility. No. Hey, you.
What's up?
Don't run off.
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Did Caleb try to sell you a picture of your spirit at the crossroads, too?
He tried, but I don't like people taking pictures of me. It's bad for my business. Sounds like he got his camera fixed by the time you got here, though.
No time to be buying people drinks.
I guess it manages to take a picture before you squint, huh?
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, which coincidentally is where this came from.
Hmm.
Pirates don't bribe, or tip particularly well for that matter. An anchor. I'm not gonna let it hold me down. Anchors are not known for their versatility. Grog, because bullying fists don't hurt when you're numb.
So I haven't done anything with this, or this. Or this, but I for some reason I always assumed that would go with the spell, but I don't know.
They can get their own life. Mo money, Mo ability to solve puzzles. Here's a tip. Glue down your tip jar. Good luck with the sword fighting gig. I'll be back. I don't think so. It's wet and slimy. Reminds me of my old pet salamander, Mr. Wiggly.
I hate having a bunch of items that don't fit with the puzzles I'm confronted with. Though, to be fair, I don't understand the Thieves' Den at all.
Nah.
I have no reason to torture them with this disgusting footwear.
How goes the treasure hunt?
Fantastic!
I've been told...
LeChuck? Ah, he should...
So you don't know any...
No, but there are a lot of X's here. Hard to tell what's buried where.
So you just told me that it's hard.
Nice treasure pile.
Hey, get your own. There's plenty of treasure here.
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot.
Hey, Halfa, maybe. Not if I get stuck too often, though.
Treasure, all you can dig. That's nice. Here's a tip. Glue down your tip jar. Looks like he's doing all right for himself.
Maybe. Hopefully not. Who knows?
A photo of my spirit. They say the ethereal camera of the afterlife subtracts 10 pounds. Nope. No. Anchors are not known for their versatility.
Welcome back, friend.
I don't like this puzzle. Because I don't understand the parameters of it.
I wonder what this would feel like in my pocket.
So even when his back is turned, he won't take this, so. If I take anything from these piles, he just takes it back.
What's the story behind this?
I lifted that right out of the pocket of Betsy Bilgewater. Stealing that was easy. Trying to steal a kiss got me a swift kick to the boys.
Yikes.
How'd you manage to steal this?
Funny story, I was running a con on Deadeye Drake, trying to get at his collection of gold cannonballs, when he hauls out this thing and asked if he can have it shipped back home. I even charged him 300 pieces of 8 to do it. Oh, how that guy survived as a pirate for more than 2 years is beyond me.
Wow. Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
Anchors are not known for their versatility. Anchors are not known for their versatility. Anchors are not known for their versatility.
Blah.
This is nice. Where'd you get this from?
Ah, that I stole from Captain Bloodbeard himself, just after his crew mutinied and made him walk the plank. From the crow's nest.
Oh.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, shiny. Ooh, scrolls, parchments, and maps. Winslow would be so happy. Peg legs? How did he manage to steal all of these without the wearers noticing? Wow, you stole this?
Actually, that was already there when I got here.
Fair enough. Clay urns. That's weird. I have a nagging urge to smash these.
I wouldn't do that, friend.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? Because it's rude.
Right, of course. I wonder what this would feel like in my pocket. No time to be buying people drinks. Grog, because sometimes you have to put your face in hot lava to prove you're a man. Grog, facing the judge just got that much easier.
So it's also ambiguous on what to do with the grog, even though I could see this being voodoo spell stuff.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
I see nothing else that changes. No other state changes in this
Maybe if I
location.
try squinting.
wow, you stole this?
Actually, that was already there when I got here.
Fair enough.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me? Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer, but then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over.
What's the story behind this?
I lifted that right out. Why, I don't see anything over here.
Grog can't solve all my
You
problems,
meant behind.
but it does help me face many of them.
Maybe if I try squinting.
This is nice.
Ah,
Oh.
why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
See, even the labels are sarcastic, right?
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer.
No, secrets
but
aren't
then
meant to
I
be
turn
stolen.
around.
Then what are they meant to be?
Why, I don't see anything over
Anchors
here.
are not.
Are you sure you meant behind me?
Even if you don't steal it, what if you just open it?
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer, but then I'm turning around.
Ooh, shiny.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
I wonder what this would feel like in my pocket.
Try squinting.
I wonder what this would feel like in my pocket.
Like the tofu block.
I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer.
Anchors are not known for their versatility. I wonder what this would...
Why, I don't see any.
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
Crossroads Center.
Good luck with the pilfering. I got...
Come back soon.
Damn it.
Hey, you.
What's up?
I'll be back.
I'll be here.
Good luck with the sword fighting gig. I'll be back.
I guess you could say it that way.
The center of the crossroads. I don't think so. Nah.
Shouldn't do the everything on everything thing.
Excuse me? I have a few questions for you.
What's on your mind, Tripwood?
So you say you know a lot about spells, eh?
Fancy myself a bit of a spell connoisseur. Big ones, small ones, uppers, downers, reversals, hexes, jinxes, you name it.
Really? Huh. I'll keep that in mind. Where am I? And what is the crossroads anyway?
The crossroads are where the physical and spiritual realms meet and where your journey into the afterlife begins. From here, you can choose your final fate and fulfill your pirate destiny in Fila's Green. Or maybe you'll just mope about like a schlub. Personally, you look a bit like a moper to me.
I noticed I have a shred of life in my pocket. Why?
Everyone shows up with something that they cling to. You must have thought that staying alive was pretty important for some reason.
Well, yeah,
Me? I brought a corn dog. I love corn dogs.
What happened to the spell LeChuck used to return to the land of the not dead?
Some say it is locked away in a vile treasure chest and hidden somewhere in the crossroads. But no one knows for sure.
What did you say your name was again?
No Treblik.
What did you say your name was again?
Gable.
What did you say your name was again?
Vicky.
Talk to you later.
Sure, why not?
I think the first 2 times I said it, he gave the same Gable line. I want this redone.
Nope.
No.
Have a whiff of this.
Ah, disgusting. Get that out of my face.
Pirates don't bribe. Or tip particularly well for that matter. Have a whiff of this.
Ah, disgusting. Get that out of my face.
They can get their own life.
So, I mean, there's this guy, and then there's this dog over here. He was looking for his dog, and I'm kind of surprised that he never mentioned it in his remaining dialogue tree, which is pretty long. But his dog is over here.
No. Hiya, doggy. Come here, boy. Yikes. Maybe I should make friends with him first. No time to be buying people drinks. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, which coincidentally is where this came from.
The fact that I make the other guy recoil at the sock, I don't know if that's important.
Nah, I don't work for tips. Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
I just noticed the angle of this is a little different because that's further away now. Huh. That was way up close before. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The grog machine is dead. Feels like the only thing left here is to get the dog. Everything on everything. What's 7 choose 2? Quick. 21.
No need to tip myself.
Did I do that right? I don't know. 21 combinations. All right. Just get that dimension out of my head. Now to get the dementia out of my head. What is going on? I managed to get this and it didn't do me any good.
A photo of my spirit. They say the ethereal camera of the afterlife subtracts 10 pounds.
That's probably not a clue. Hey, cat. You're kind of in the way up there. Right where the mouse is. Yeah. He suddenly decided, ever since I got my new gaming chair, he suddenly decided he likes walking up here on the desk. Before, he was content to just hang out on the chair, I guess because it was bigger. And now he likes it up here. Let me go back to the treasure hunt here. I think that he said that he can't catch the... these things till later.
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot. Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot. Gotcha! Shoot, they're too small. They just slip right through my fingers. Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot. Shoot, this jar would be a great place to keep the tiny squawkers, but I can't get close enough to catch them.
But I can't get close enough to catch him. What? Ah. What? Go over this way.
Treasure, all you can dig. That's nice. Grog can't solve all my problems, but it does help me face many of them. Grog can't solve.
Seems like
Okay, I don't think so.
okay, so that's the right track, whatever that is.
Okay.
He just says he can't get close enough? Because it's not like a Firefly thing where he says it needs to attract him.
It's me, Garbo Streetwood. Mighty Pirate.
Shoot. This jar would be a great place to keep the tiny squawkers, but I can't get close enough to catch them.
I already tried dipping him into the swamp for some water and didn't accept that either.
Murray? Whew. Thank goodness. Not that I'm scared of Murray. Murray's a punk. You hear that, Murray? You're a punk! Ah! You're still a punk.
Okay, let's go work on the other puzzle then. Actually, let me make sure.
I think I poked it enough.
Okay. Murray must be in this chapter somewhere, though. 100%.
The leg bone connected to the, oh, shoot, I can never remember that song.
You look like, Franklin. Hey, boy, you look hungry. Want a bone?
You can't name someone
There you go,
else's
boy.
dog.
Oh, poor thing. You should probably come with me. If I had the nose of a hound dog, the last place I would want to be is my pocket.
Finally got something. All right. I'm sure that will unlock a single thread of puzzles and I'll knock them all out now, right? Right?
Are you missing a dog? I found one who looks lost.
Ah, filthy creatures. They make me all itchy.
Oh. He does lie a lot.
If I had the nose of a hound dog, the last place I would want to be is my pocket.
R and O so close to each other on the keyboard. Hold on a second. I guess I just have a dog. That's why I was able to name him Franklin. The other guy was just lying. I could see him useful at either of these places. Oh, wait, hold on. Before I do.
Here you go, boy. Get a big whiff of this. I think he's got the scent.
There we go. And it's not just this mound either. There's a whole bunch back there too, right? Even though he'll
Okay,
probably
boy,
stay here.
Dig me up a vile-looking treasure chest. Hey, where you going? Bad dead dog. It's wet and slimy.
I don't know.
Anchors are not known.
It's me, Garbo Streetwood. Mighty Pirate.
Okay, I get. How goes the treasure hunt?
Fantastic!
You haven't lost a dog, have you?
A dog? What would a pirate need with a dog? Silly creatures, always sliding back and forth on the poop deck, barking while you try to sneak up on your enemy. Who needs them? Now a parrot. That's a good pet for a pirate.
Oh, well, I thought you might be using him to find buried treasure.
Nah, finding treasure is easy here. Just dig and get rich.
He just saw me lose a dog this way.
Welcome back, friend.
Is my dog here somewhere?
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
What phrase? Well, oh, was there a TM over a quote that I didn't pay attention to?
Hey, you.
What's up?
Nope.
Don't run off.
I don't think I'm allowed to.
Good luck with the sword fighting gig. I'll be back.
I just might hate the thief more than any other character in this series. He's pissing me off. There we go.
Franklin, there you are. You're supposed to be finding LeChuck's hidden treasure for me. What are you doing here?
Oh, such a cute little dog. Is he yours?
No. What are you hiding, Caleb?
More than meets the eye.
So, nothing. Here, I'll talk.
What? Why, I never.
But you do have the treasure. So I'll ask you, you'll say no, and around we'll go.
It's hard to say.
Hello.
What's on your mind, Tripwood?
I let Franklin get LeChuck's scent so he could find the treasure, but he came here instead.
Curious. Maybe I am LeChuck.
Are you?
Nope.
JoJo Jr.? Oh, yeah. Good point. I'll have to think about that. I'll say this. You have a great point, Samus. I think JoJo Jr. is number one. But this isn't over, right? The thief might overtake that spot if this keeps up long enough. But yeah, you're right. Because the thief is like, it's not just him, it's the whole like, the whole scene. Like, I don't know exactly what I'm dealing with, but yeah. But yeah, sharp memory there, digging that one up. Whereas, yeah, the JoJo Jr. thing wasn't even the monkey combat or the accordion monkey or anything. It was just the JoJo Jr. character himself and the dialogue tree and so forth that just, I didn't like his vibe, man. So, yeah.
Do you have LeChuck's treasure?
Yes.
Just as I thought. No. Wait, what? But Franklin agrees. You're supposed to say no.
Then there's no doubt.
But that's your thing. Doubt.
Puzzling.
Where were you the last time you saw LeChuck?
Right over there.
Just a few steps over there.
Not right here.
Sigh.
So you say you know a lot about
that's
spells,
the other
eh?
one.
Fancy myself a bit of a spell connoisseur. Big ones, small ones, uppers, downers, reversals, hexes, jinxes, you name it.
Really? Huh. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so those are all the old things.
I let Franklin get LeChuck's scent so he could find the treasure, but he came here instead.
Curious. Maybe I am LeChuck.
Are you?
Nope.
When's the last time you saw LeChuck?
It's hard to say. My memory is foggy about this LeChuck.
Come on!
Like he was just knocked right out of my head. But that could have never happened.
When's the last time you saw LeChuck?
It's hard to say. My
Come on!
like he was just
When's the last time you saw...
It's hard to say. My memory is foggy about this LeChuck.
Come on!
Like he was just knocked right out of my head. But that could have never happened.
Talk to you later.
Sure, why not?
Franklin's found the scent of LeChuck's treasure. No time to be buying people drinks. Nah. Pirates don't bribe. Or tip particularly well, for that matter. Have a whiff of this thing, Fibby McFarfignugan.
That's not my name. Hey! Ugh, that smells like him.
LeChuck's treasure. Where'd it go, Franklin, you salty dog?
Now look, you've sullied the air over there. That's what I smelled right before taking a thump to the head all those years ago.
That is one ugly chest. Oh man, it's locked. And I left my hook on my other body. Now how am I gonna get it open? The box of LeChuck. Locked with the, lock of LeChuck. If I had the nose of a hound dog, the last place I would want to be is my pocket. Here you go, boy. Get a big whiff of this. LeChuck's chest is locked. I don't suppose you can open it.
Open someone else's property. What am I? Some kind of criminal? I'm more of a welcomer. Hello, chest. Welcome to the crossroads. See, that kind of thing.
Smell money. Here you go, boy. Find more of this. Can't believe no one else has thought of that.
Welcome back, friend.
But I'm the owner of the money. That money has been in so many places.
Do you think you can unlock this completely non-valuable treasure chest for me? There's a worthless slip of paper inside that I really need. I'll let you keep the chest in exchange.
Sure, friend. In fact, I already unlocked the chest while you were talking, but I'm afraid it's empty.
What?
See for yourself.
Hey, what was that?
What was what, friend?
You just kicked my spell into that pile.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh. We'll see about that. Nah, that thing was a pain to carry around. I think I'll leave it. Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here.
I do actually kind of like how he mocks this by turning around and still is able to watch what we're doing.
Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer, but then I'm turning around.
Okay, boy. Do your thing.
Why, I don't see anything over here.
Pilfer.
Time to go, friend.
Oh, right.
Till next time, friend.
Yep.
Oh, did he go back to the other place?
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
Hey, Caleb? Hello? Huh. Looks like he wandered off. Maybe he'll turn up later.
Sort of. I lost my dog.
It's wet and...
Welcome back, friend.
Ooh, scrolls, parchments, and maps. Winslow would be so happy. Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
There he is.
There you are.
It's looking all over for you.
Okay, give me the spell. Oh no, what have you done with the spell?
Did you bury it here with all the treasure somewhere?
Bad, Franklin.
I was gonna say, did he swallow it? Do we have to cut him open?
Okay, boy. Do your thing.
Gotcha. Back in the code for you, you little spell thief. It's the spell LeChuck used to escape back into the living world. The physical and spiritual realms coexist as do night and day. To journey from one to the other, a pirate must know his way. Search around you and within you to find these things, and at the center of the crossroads, present them in a ring. The journey is confusing. Something must guide your way, and you must have an anchor to ensure that you will stay. What gives you courage to face the dangers to come, and a sacrifice in your name that cannot be undone?
So the center of the crossroads, that's where you do the ritual thing. That's makes perfect sense. Guide, anchor, done. Courage, sacrifice. Just got to figure out what those mean. Okay, so cool. I got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. And then I'll continue this chapter. This seems like a good spot to take a 5, maybe 10-minute break. We'll see. Just give me a moment. Hi. No, I was stretching. And getting another beer. How you doing, Merc? Where's the button? Where's the button? There it is. Whoops. No.
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot.
That's a different... That's an old, familiar flavor. Alright, so... It's like courage and something.
It's the spell LeChuck used to escape back into the living world.
A guide, an anchor, courage, and sacrifice. What's funny is the dog could count as a guide, I guess. In a way. Courage and sacrifice. Interesting if the grog was like a sacrifice. Do I have to give up grog in order to return to the living? Right? Another drop of this and you're just dead again? That sacrifice is probably too much. And of course I got my shred of life that I'm clinging to.
It's the spell LeChuck used to escape back into the living world.
Or maybe... maybe the grog is courage, right? Never used the spirit photo. Okay, I've done something at every location though, so I might as well take a look at it now.
Something to find your way. Check. Sit. Stay. Good dog. Anchors away. Check. One bottle of liquid courage. Check. Okay. All I need is a sacrifice in my name. Where the heck am I supposed to find that?
Maybe a couple times. Or just know it from personal experience.
Nope. Okay. All I need is a sacrifice in my name. Where the heck am I supposed to find that?
Let's go ask Morgan. We know the dog isn't going anywhere. Right?
Hey, you.
What's up?
I found a spell that will let me return to the land of the living.
Really? That's great! How do we use it?
First, I need to gather a bunch of ingredients, but I'm having some trouble figuring out what they're supposed to be. Maybe you can help.
Maybe. What are the items?
Part of the spell requires a sacrifice made to me.
That sounds pretty complicated. Maybe you should focus on the other ingredients first.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm already ahead of all this.
I'll be back.
I'll be here.
Good luck with the sword fighting gig. I'll be back.
Maybe the anchor is the anchor. I I wonder how that dialogue would have gone. Well, I already had the other items, so...
Welcome back, friend.
Can I have the secret?
Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
I'm looking for a few items to complete a voodoo spell. I think you might be able to help me find some?
Voodoo, That's dangerous stuff. I'll see what I can do, friend. What do you need?
A sacrifice in your name that cannot be undone.
Good luck with that one, friend. I'm not exactly one to sacrifice anything for anyone.
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here.
Just wanted him to turn around.
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
I guess I could try just putting that there. I don't know.
How goes the treasure hunt?
Fantastic!
I found a voodoo spell to get me out of the crossroads.
Well, aren't you special, Mr. Too Good to Stay Dead like the rest of us?
I need these ingredients. Seen anything around that fits these descriptions?
I don't know. I've dug up a lot of treasure here. It's possible one of those things may be around here.
Okay. I guess there's also the mini birds.
Okay, all I need is a sacrifice in my name. Where the heck am I supposed to find that? I'm not supposed to sacrifice myself. I think someone else needs to make a sacrifice for me. No.
I didn't think there was more dialogue, but since your comment is still there, I'm gonna check, I guess. But I don't think there was.
Hey, you.
What's up?
Hey, Mo, I still need one more thing for the crossroads spell. Some kind of sacrifice. I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I think I have an idea. Come on, I'll show you.
I don't think that was there before. I guess I just skipped it, but it sounded like she said, I've been thinking about that, so I had to do it twice.
Okay, where's this sacrifice? I don't see anything.
Right here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is that a good idea?
What? No, this is just my reputation. I can easily build that back up again.
Well, okay. Are you sure?
Oh.
Right. Thank you.
Well, don't just stand there. Get on with the spell.
Of course, the spell. Wait, I don't know what else I'm...
Well, I guess this is it. Seems safe enough.
He goes double
Ladies
dead.
first.
Hey,
She can't.
Huh. That's weird. I can go through no problem.
Of course.
oh heck no. I am not getting stuck in this afterlife.
Yeah, but
So, what are you gonna do?
I don't know, you just go on through and take care of your business. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Wish me luck. Ah!
at least give her the scroll so she has the reference. Whatever. Of course she can't go through. She made the sacrifice. It has to be made for someone else.
Gah! Why won't this thing open? Elaine, get over here and help me. I've spent months getting those mangy voodoo-cursed monkeys into place so I could conjure up the entrance to the crossroads. I won't be thwarted now. Oh, come on. I broke your spirit, not your back. Get over here and push.
You know, you didn't have to actually kill him.
And why not? Do you know the number of times that bony buccaneer has killed me?
Look, I let you capture me and I played along with your stupid nice guy act because I thought that it would get Guybrush to realize that the voodoo
Do
lady
not
was...
mention that woman in my presence. That cursed voodoo witch will control my fate no more. Now that I have La Esponja Grande, I can use it to suck pure, unlimited voodoo energy directly from the source. I will become the demon pirate god, and you will be my goddess. And this time, there will be no Guybrush Threepwood to spoil our wedding plans. What was that? Yes, that's it!
Elaine? What's going on here?
Guybrush?
I'll tell you what's going on here. You've lost. I now have full access to the unlimited voodoo power of the crossroads themselves. This is my moment of ultimate triumph. So, Ghost of Guybrush Threepwood, would you like to RSVP for the wedding now or later?
Quake in fear, LeChuck. Before you stands the man who tore open the crossroads themselves.
You opened the crossroads. Then I suppose I have to thank you for doing my bidding for a second time.
Ah. So you admit, I am better than you.
You are the only living soul that can do that, you know. Boy, was my face red when La Esponja Grande turned out to be so small. But then, you took right care of that, didn't you?
The voodoo lady said.
Voodoo lady?
By the way, does anyone know if she has a name? It feels weird just calling her Voodoo Lady. But I'll be taking care of her soon, too. I have infused the Cutlass of Kaflu with demonic power that no mortal can touch. This weapon that was designed to destroy me will ultimately set me free when I use it to slay the woman who has locked you and I in this perpetual loop of fate. Isn't that right, Elaine?
Yes. And we shall slay her together. Make me your demon bride.
What?
My demon bride. Kinda gets you all choked up in here, doesn't it?
Face it, Threepwood. LeChuck has more power than any pirate could possibly dream of. And besides, you're dead now.
Well, so is he.
I'm sorry, Guybrush.
Wonder Bunny. No.
Blender Bunny.
Elaine is mine! And yet here you are, ghost of Guybrush Threepwood, trying to interfere with my big moment with Elaine once again. Well, come on and stop me. Give it your best stab. So, sweetheart, where do you think we should hold the wedding?
I want a fancy wedding.
Why am I still a ghost? I thought I did the resurrection thing, or maybe I didn't understand that.
Should I wear a top?
Back off, Boney. I'm a pirate.
Human flesh?
No, fuchsia.
Let's keep the ceremony small.
That's
guess-
the mast.
So, sweetheart, where do you
I guess it wasn't a resurrection thing so much as just a
Fancy wedding on an entire
a
island
shift to the realm of the living.
Aha! Prepare to meet your... Oh, come on!
problem?
Why can't I grab anything?
That's
Yeah, I
just
guess
one
that's
of
true.
the side effects of being a fleshless specter. Good thing you are, though. Just one slice of that re-enchanted blade is enough to destroy anything it touches in this mortal world.
But I was gonna use that to save you and kill LeChuck again.
It ain't so easy being a ghost now, is it, Mr. Threepwood? Well, that's how I felt all those years
Yeah, it's true.
ago when
It is
I
just
was
the
a
go-
simple
the ghost spell.
pirate roaming the seas. And now, you're about to know how it felt when you ripped my spiritual essence to shreds, when you doused me with that ghost-destroying voodoo root beer.
Lady Pooh? Let's not be hasty.
It felt a lot
Uh-oh.
like this.
Guybrush, what happened? Did you defeat LeChuck? Save your wife? Avenge my death?
She zapped me.
What?
Elaine. She's LeChuck's demon bride. And she zapped me with voodoo root beer.
Demon bride? She must be under LeChuck's control. Get back in there and save her!
No, she's not. She looked me right in the eyes and then chose him. They're gonna take over the world together. There's a demonic sword involved. It's over.
Well, that's good news.
Huh?
Now you're free to just curl up and enjoy a sad, pathetic eternity in Pirate Afterlife. Of course, I'm not sure if they're still letting whiny schoolgirls in. You'll have to check.
Come on, Morgan. I just lost my wife.
So go take her back, Guybrush. Are you a mighty pirate or aren't you? Look, I know you're not the most fearsome pirate to sail the seven seas. But what I've learned about the Guybrush Threepwood that inspired me for my entire life is that there isn't any situation he can't handle. And the one thing I've admired about you throughout our entire adventure together is that you never gave up on Elaine.
Maybe if I could find a way to use that cutlass. But if I go back, they'll just zap my ghost again.
So get your body back.
What, just find my body and repossess it? Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
The Voodoo Lady's locket. Find the locket, find your body.
And then bring the fight to that decrepit sack of sea worms and make LeChuck rue the day he decided to mess with Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Yes!
I still have no clue what rue means.
But it sounded great.
So, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to go skewer some more sorry ghosts. Maybe practice my pickpocketing. I don't know. Something.
Morgan. Thanks. La Esponja Grande is sucking up the voodoo energy from the crossroads and transferring it to LeChuck. Maybe I can just push it. Nope.
Yeah, okay, so I'm back in this realm because I was thinking I still haven't gathered those birds or whatever.
Here I come, LeChuck. Okay, LeChuck, you caught me off guard once by making Elaine spray me with root beer.
Are you ready this time?
Ready for what, Sweetums? Uh-oh.
Okay, so nothing happened. It's probably about as painful as the voodoo doll at the end of Monkey Island 2. All right, we're gonna go make this right. Maybe. Sword fight, treasure hunt. Let's start here.
Fool Threepwood, what have you done?
Ah! Talking crabs!
Why did you open the crossroads? With the barriers shattered, LeChuck is now beyond all control, plundering voodoo energy directly from the spirit realm. Thanks to you, reality itself could unravel like a cheap rug.
If you're worried about rug quality, perhaps you should consider upgrading to something with a knot density of 160 to 290 per square inch, but that's not really the issue here. Why didn't you warn me that LeChuck had nefarious plans for La Esponja Grande?
I'm afraid LeChuck made fools of us all this time, Guybrush. But hope is not yet lost.
Hey, speak for yourself. In fact, I'm already working on a plan to possess my body, so they can't zap me with root beer again when I go back.
Yes, the voodoo root beer only affects spiritual manifestations in the physical realm. If you can manage to repossess your body, you may yet be able to use LeChuck's weapon against him.
I hate the protests. They're clearly tools. It has way too many corporate sponsors. How long have I been playing this game? Tonight, about 2.5 hours.
You mean enchanted root beer?
You must figure that out for yourself. Go now, find your body. Find a way for your spirit to possess it. But remember, rebinding a soul to a body is not as simple as taking yourself over. You're rebelling against the natural state of things, and the universe will push back. Once you have possessed your body, you'll have to find a more permanent way to bind it to your soul. I recommend Mix and Mojo brand Spirit Gum. It can create a powerful spiritual bond that will bring your restless spirit and body together in harmony. It's also delicious. It comes in lemon, cherry, and mutton flavors. I always have some with me.
Can you give me some of that spirit gum?
I cannot risk coming out of hiding to aid you, Guybrush, but I was chewing some when I was imprisoned back on Flotsam. I may have left some back in the jail cell. Remember, spirit gum contains some ingredients from the spirit realm, so it retains some ghostly properties. Be careful with it. I must go now, Guybrush. It is too dangerous for me to let my true whereabouts be known.
Ugh. I hope this is just a phase she's going through.
Well, Night Hurricane, I didn't want to interrupt the voodoo lady. Whoa. There's a rip here?
Morgan? Hello? Where'd she go?
I guess someone beat her? That's... Hello? Pick up her sword. I guess we don't. Why is there a rip here?
Whoa. This whole jumping between realms thing is gonna take some getting used to.
Hey, you. Pipe down. We're in the middle of a pirate wake here.
A what? Oh, yup, that's me. This is a pretty disappointing wake.
Yeah, well, LeChuck's killing spree may have hindered the turnout a bit.
And why am I posed like that?
It's zany. The customers love it.
What? That's exactly the way I remember you.
My body is perfectly positioned for another root beer shower. Great. The bullseye hasn't seen any action in quite some time. A testament to Judge Grindstump's assassin-like focus. Oh, at least someone thought to get a nice wreath for my wake.
What, that? Ah, it was brought in as kindling when we decided to burn your body.
Oh.
Wait, but I need that.
Hyper-flammable mourner's kindling. Guybrush Threepwood. Mighty... no. Hyper-flammable mourner's kindling. Hi there.
Captain Threepwood, as I live and breathe.
Don't rub it in. Ooh, I'm a scary ghost.
Yeah, quit that. You aren't scary. You just screwed up my concentration.
Root beer. Yikes. I better not stand under that. I don't want it splashing down on me. Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
Please stop throwing darts at me.
What do you care? You're dead.
But I need my body. I'm not done with it.
Sorry. Just be grateful that I'm not a very good shot.
Bet things have been pretty quiet in the old courthouse since I heroically gave my life to cure the pox of LeChuck.
It's true. Without that LeChuck and pox voodoo poison coursing through our veins, Flotsam citizens have returned to their usual roguish yet not entirely evil ways.
LeChuck and pox? Great name. Why didn't I think of that?
But with LeChuck on the loose, the crime rate is going through the roof. He did things to poor old Crimp Digit that we don't even have names for yet.
Oh. Why is LeChuck committing undefined acts of evil on the citizens of Flotsam?
He thinks we're hiding that voodoo lady, Chippy, and he won't take no ouch stop stabbing me for an answer.
So, are you hiding the voodoo lady?
Absolutely not! That witch is nothing but trouble with a capital T, and that rhymes with V, and that stands for voodoo.
I know that reference.
So, ever seen a ghost before?
Have I ever? I'm a judge, laddie. My every waking hour is haunted by the harrowing curses of the despicable reprobates I've sent to the gallows. To be frank, your cheery spirit is something of a welcome respite.
Yeah, I'm much more of an existential crisis ghost than a mind-numbing horror spirit. All that wailing really does a number on your throat.
There's no point in the drink.
Give me a drink, Grind Stump.
I'm afraid your bar privileges expired when you did, Threepwood. In your next life, try to settle your debts before you get killed,
Talk to you later. Yo, Bug-Eye!
What do you want, Pipsqueak?
So, how did you get out of the manatee and end up on Flotsam?
I don't want to talk about it.
No, let me guess. You ignited the gases in the stomach, which resulted in a catastrophic explosion, destroying everything within a 25-mile radius?
And yet, here I am, without a scratch on me.
So was I right?
You're an idiot.
Yo, Bug-Eye!
What do you want, Pipsqueak?
Hey, whatever happened to that locket Dakava had?
Probably at the bottom of the ocean with the rest of... Well, it's at the bottom of the ocean.
I'm nostalgic for living.
Seriously, how did you get out of the manatee and end up on Flotsam?
I said I don't want to talk about it.
I bet I can guess. You took the gross out subway again, didn't you?
Wrong. Now buzz off.
I bet you have to discover the answer, then come back and tell him.
Bug-Eye!
What do you want, Pipsqueak?
Come on, how did you get out of the manatee and end up on Flotsam?
I really do not want to talk about it.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess. You dressed up like a throat grub and snuck out through the blowhole?
Manatees don't have blowholes. Plus, that's really stupid. Now leave me alone.
Was that a pickup line? Is she here? No.
I'm Murray, the demonic candelabra. Tremble before my wax-caked forehead. You know, kinda miss that guy. Kinda. A keg of grog. If not carefully stored, it'll go skunky. Not that anyone would taste the difference.
Yeah, see, I don't know if I can actually make any it's like I can walk on the surface, but I can't touch physical objects. The rules are weird.
I don't need to use the facilities right now. Is that a regular-sized manatee or a baby giant manatee? The once screaming narwhal. Good night, Prince of the Deep. I can't make the doorknob turn. Stupid ghostly limitations.
Just stand there and wait for someone to go through it. Where are you going? What are you doing, Guybrush? What is this pathfinding right now?
Banang. It's like grog for monkeys, and a leading cause of simian diabetes. Hiya, Rug.
What is he doing?
Banang. It's like grog for monkeys, and a leading cause of simian diabetes.
Ugh. So rip at every single one. What do you think of that rip?
Hunt?
Fantastic!
So let me get this straight. There's a fabulous pirate treasure under each and every one of these X's?
What? You still got grave dirt in your ears? Try it yourself!
Okay. Let's see what's in this one.
Hello? Anyone around?
Oh, shoot. It's too dark to actually see what's in here. So much for ghost powers.
That's funny.
I don't think I'll be using those to attack any salesmen, so I can just appreciate their luminescence. I don't think so.
Huh. Another hypnotized monkey.
I don't think I'll be using those to attack any salesmen, so I can just appreciate their luminescence.
Wait, what is that dead bird there? Hold on, let's go back.
Morbid. Morbid.
Okay.
I don't even have the bodily strength to lift a feather.
Yeah, it's true. I can't. I'm a ghost. I can't. I can talk to people, but I can't interact with the physical world. I don't understand what Elaine was doing voluntarily becoming a ghost pirate. Knowing her, she was up to something. But it just didn't make sense to me in the moment. Unless she really chose LeChuck over me, which... would be an insult, but it's worse than that because... I was gonna say we're married, but then I guess you could say that we're dead, and so, or I'm dead, so it didn't matter. But so is LeChuck. So how does the rule work when you have the undead possibilities? If we're married and I die, you can just marry another undead. It's like it breaks the bond even though I'm dead but not gone. I don't know. I don't know the rules.
Welcome back, friend.
Yeah, JoJo Jr. is still worse.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
I think I broke the crossroads. Have you noticed any tears in the fabric of reality in here? Maybe behind one of these old trinkets?
Can't say that I have, friend.
It's in the secret.
Well, keep up the good work.
Oh, I am, friend.
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
Caleb? What are you doing over here?
Standing mostly.
What's going on with the crossroads? I thought the spell would take me back, not just rip open the spiritual realm. Is there any way to stop it?
Yes. I assume you are still carrying around that last shred of life you came here with. If you were to give that up, the rips in the crossroads should close right up.
Really? It's as simple as that?
Yep. A simple sacrifice of a teensy shred of life, and all these rips will seal up good as new, putting everyone in their place for eternity. Of course, you'd be stuck here for good, and LeChuck is probably already powerful enough to destroy every living thing on the planet, so I don't see what good it'd do.
So I can close these rips, but then I'll really be stuck here? A pirate's life. Not for me.
For eternity.
Yeah, but I'm tired, so I'm gonna give up my shred of... No. Really? Oh, here's another rip. I thought that was your team, Matthew. I don't know. I don't actually know what your leanings are.
Hi, Caleb.
Oh, hello again.
Why are there other smaller rips in the crossroads?
Oh, those are for ambience. They create a nice mood light for those nice romantic nights.
The rips in reality are for mood lighting?
Mood lighting? Are you nuts? LeChuck must have discovered the monkeys of Montevideo and used them to conjure up the location of the crossroads in the physical world. That would have weakened the integrity of the fabric between the worlds.
How did you say I could close the rips in the crossroads?
If you sacrifice your last shred of life in the main tear, that should do it. But like I said, then you'd be stuck on this side for good, and LeChuck would be free to do what he wants on the other.
Where have you been?
Oh, I don't know. Just wandering, I guess. I thought I heard my dog over here. I guess I was wrong.
One of those walk away people. Apparently it's a pretty big crowd.
See you later, Caleb.
Sure, anything's possible.
Captain Threepwood? Captain on deck!
Mr. Winslow? Relax, I'm not the captain anymore. I'm dead.
Ah, yes. I thought you looked a bit more wispy than usual, sir.
And this is hardly the screaming narwhal. What happened?
It was that nasty LeChuck fellow, sir. Ooh, you were right about that one. First, he knocked me off the ship, and then he kidnapped your lovely wife. And then...
Yes?
Then he... Oh, I can hardly say it, sir.
Did he make you kill someone? Force you to turn on your family and loved ones?
No, he made me sing and dance.
Took down the map, sir. How does one expect to get anywhere without a map?
I wanna ghost hug Winslow. That's not uncomfortable at all because he wouldn't feel anything.
And overboard!
Good heavens, sir.
Oh. This is a nice...
I think that's what's left of Dakava's ship. The Voodoo Lady's locket. It's stuck up there in that seaweed. But it looks like it survived another harrowing voyage through a giant manatee.
I guess I have infinite breathing now. So this is a nice revisiting of all the previous chapters.
Sometimes on my birthday, Elaine wears fishnets. This being the real world, I still can't touch anything, so this fishnet has to stay here.
Yep. It's so easy. You look at that and be like, oh, I can pick this up. Nope. Can't.
Giant manatee bones. To think, my bout of Cyrano-style romance has brought peace to these murky depths.
You know who's always in power, though? Nope.
The ocean of my ocean isn't enough to jostle this seaweed. I always felt like selling seashells by the seashore was folly. I mean, head inland, far away from where I can find them for free. Hello?
Swim away! I'll zap you with this eel.
Anemone?
Guybrush?
Are you okay?
No, Spinner K has been destroyed.
What are you doing in there?
What you should be doing, hiding from him.
Oh man, what did he do to you?
Nothing yet, thank Poseidon.
Look, I know Winslow can be a bit forward, if not a bit bawdy, but he's got a good heart.
No, not sweet Reggie, I mean LeChuck.
Oh, I see.
He destroyed Spinner K. The sails of his undead pirate ship are filled with the winds of the apocalypse.
Oh, that's not good. Look, come out and let's talk about this.
No, I'm too frightened.
I need your help out here.
For what?
Well, unfortunately, I'm currently a ghost, so I can't touch anything.
A ghost? How? What happened?
I'll give you one guess.
Killed by him! I'll stay in here, thank you, where it's safe.
You wanna come out and talk?
No!
It's not that scary out here.
I could be skewered by LeChuck's fiery harpoon at any second.
It's not that bad. Can I get you to come out?
No, I don't trust anyone. Well, maybe Reggie.
Wait, Winslow? That salty dog.
Despite our taxonomic differences, Winslow understands me.
Huh. I wonder how that works. Logistically.
But now I'll never see him again.
You and Winslow are you and Winslow?
I'd never assume he would have me as his life partner, but we have shared our love.
Whoa, too much information.
And now I'll never see
Tell
him
me
again.
more. He's right up there.
Would you come out for Winslow?
I would venture out of the safety for a mere sign of my dear Reginald.
A mere sign? A mer sign, perhaps? Huh? I'll go see what I can do.
I was expecting some kind of seaweed, sea sponge projectiles being thrown his way.
Winslow isn't too far away.
He's come to see me?
Sure.
I knew what we had was special.
I don't know if special is the word I'd use.
Where is my Reggie?
He's in a raft floating above us.
Then why doesn't he come down here and rescue me?
It's like 100 fathoms or something. He'd drown.
You're here.
I'm special?
I'm not certain special is the word I would use.
Oh, see, tell me more.
I'm not sure how to say this, but what was your relationship like?
It was a rare thing, like a perfectly formed pearl in the mouth of a clam.
Out of morbid curiosity, does he get into the water or do you shimmy up on land? Forget it. Forget it.
If you're so curious, you can find your own Vacalian. Not that any of us would have you.
Tempting, but I'll stick with my bipedal plunder bunny.
My bipedal plunder bunny. We should all have a bipedal plunder bunny. He does. He keeps asking.
You and Winslow were pretty hot and heavy, huh?
Weight is negligible underwater.
Huh. I think I'm grossed out.
But tell me more. How is that all physical with you as an egg-laying creature and all? Or whatever they said with the... There's that Futurama episode with Fry and the mermaid. That was one of my favorite moments.
I'll be back later.
Be careful.
Me? You talking to me? Man, I think I'll be good when I get my actual political outlet going, and then I can have this gaming stuff be my escape from that stuff. And you guys are trying to bring it all back in here.
Come here, Lockett.
No, don't worry about it. It's not you, it's Matthew's fault. What? It's okay.
Maybe if I had some physical substance, I could get this seaweed moving.
Ugh. Okay.
Yep, this was the home of La Esponja Grande. Reminders of why blind dates are a really bad idea.
I like that line.
Up we go. Hello, little monkey.
I wouldn't, sir. He's still a bit frustrated that we can't agree on the props we need for our new game. Rock, paper, and I say fountain pen. He disagrees and gets rather bitey about it.
Oh, what is the fountain pen? The single finger salute?
What's this stuff?
Those are the pieces I need to play a game I'm inventing called Rock, Paper, Fountain Pen.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
A Nepomee is hiding in a cave below your raft.
What's this? My scale-clad steady is but a few leagues beneath my heart.
That's right.
Ask Anemone to swim to me. Swim to me, my sweetheart!
Well, the problem is LeChuck. Anemone's terrified and hiding out until all of this pirate apocalypse mongering blows over.
How tragic.
I'm happy that we managed to catch up with Winslow.
Perhaps you could drop something down to Estemily? Something to show your affection?
A capital idea. Perhaps a poem, a haiku even. I became a master of the haiku while working on the Sashimi Islands.
Whatever, as long as it sinks.
Don't you worry. While waiting for the currents to cooperate, I've been working on a game I've entitled Rock, Paper, Pen.
How's it played?
Well, paper beats rock, and then the player must shame the paper into defeat by filling it full of lewd phrases using the pen.
Nothing like a good shaming.
Anyway, I have all the materials I need to write my dear Anemone a haiku. May my sinking stone lift quivering spirits.
What are you doing out here?
Sailing, sir.
Sailing?
Well, rafting at least.
Why is there a monkey on your raft?
Actually, the raft belongs to the monkey, sir. LeChuck tried to convince your wife that right here was this creature's natural habitat. Between you and me, sir, I dare say that LeChuck wasn't trying to help these poor monkeys at all.
What happened to the narwhal?
After LeChuck knocked me off, he simply set it adrift at sea.
Your fishy friend is holed up in the Leviathan's old cave and refuses to leave it.
Poor thing. probably as frightened as a foul-hooked haddock.
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
The Howler Monkey, forever committed to the salty depths. Looks like Dakava's helmet found its way out of the manatee in one piece. I wonder if Dakava was so lucky. It'd be improper to read someone's personal love letter. Plus, I'm sure it's chock full of more Winslow than I can handle.
All those weird excuses. He's a ghost. He can't touch it. Whatever.
Yep, this was the home of La Esponja Grande. Clam! Huh. Huh.
Wait, that's a bubble.
Are you still in there, Anemone?
As long as LeChuck is still alive, I'll be in here. Thank you.
Anemone, Winslow dropped a note down to you. It's sitting right over there.
Mi amore. It's a love note.
I'll be back later.
Be careful.
I don't know if I need to modify it in some way.
What did Winslow's note say?
It was a lovely haiku. That man can say so much with such few words.
I've always found him a bit long-winded.
Only in his ability to hold his breath.
Ugh.
I don't know.
What did Winslow's note say?
It was a lovely haiku. That man can say so
See,
much.
now it's on the screen. You see it?
I've always found him a bit long-winded.
Only in his ability to hold his breath.
Ugh. It's not that scary out here.
I could be skewered by LeChuck's fiery harpoon at any second.
It's not that bad. I'll be back later.
Be careful.
Up we go.
Ah! Wrong. Didn't mean to do that.
Up we go.
Why? Am I gonna double die? I'm already dead. I don't need to breathe air.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
I think your poem was a hit.
Ah, it is an honor to think I may have brought a bit of peace to a frightened heart.
I might double die like the dog. It did? Huh. I never died. I guess I managed to avoid it. Were you just waiting for me to discover it and I never did?
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
Okay, so this is a very wide open space now.
Hi, Caleb.
Oh, hello again, Dry Rub.
It's Guybrush.
That's what I said.
It's okay. He changes his name too. You talking to me, Haffa? I was talking to Samus. Oh, you were talking to Matthew. Yeah, we've got our cross conversations going. I see what you say. Yeah. You're talking about the coronavirus. Everybody had all kinds of creative ways of saying it. Without actually saying it, because big tech AI was always like trying to pick up people talking about the virus to be like, no, you can't talk about it or we'll demonetize you unless you're, saying exactly what the authoritative sources are saying about it, even though they're changing their minds constantly. Whatever. We don't have to worry about I'm already dead. So I'm not going to drown and I'm not going to catch COVID-19. So I don't give a shit. You guys fight it out amongst yourselves.
See you later, Caleb.
Sure, anything's possible.
What happened to that guy? I didn't realize that when the ghost driving this thing left that he was like he's gone. Also, there's this other thing here that's always bothering me. I guess that'll come up later. There's the secret. This one I get kicked out of. This one's the secret. You got these three. Honestly, I kind of missed it because I was thinking about like Hurricane was leaving and I didn't hear the whole conversation with the voodoo lady at the end.
Hi, everyone. I'm back.
Shh! I be trying to concentrate here.
Boo! Oh yeah, I got faces.
Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
Ooh, I'm a scary ghost.
Ah, I just went out of this.
Yeah! Quit that! You aren't scary. You just screwed up my concentration.
Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
Ooh, I'm a scary ghost.
Yeah, quit that! You aren't scary. You just screwed up my concentration.
I was trying to copy this, but maybe I need to copy this?
Yep, that's my body, all right. What is it doing here?
This is your wake. We were going to erect a statue in your honor after the pox was cured, but that caused LeChuck to return to pillaging and plundering, and people were calling to burn your body in effigy instead. In the end, we settled somewhere in the middle and decided you'd become our new dartboard.
I was trying to mimic this. I don't know.
Hey, WP?
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
Ooh.
So I tried this.
Yeah, quit that. You aren't scary. You just screwed up my concentration.
Guybrush Threepwood. Mighty... Nah. Nope. No. Pirates don't bribe. Or tip particularly well, for that matter.
What am I supposed to do? I'm not asking the chat. I'm just kind of thinking about the fact that there's a lot of different things going on at the same time here.
That's my body. I need to somehow get back inside of it.
Well, you need the locket, so I can't really focus on that directly right now.
My body is perfectly positioned for another root beer shower. Great.
When I show any face, he hits this, but... Right, when I scare him, he says, "You aren't scary," but then he hits this. I mean, which he's kind of doing anyway, but then he actually pokes a hole in it. Oh, you're reading the COVID chat? Oh yeah, I never told you guys who is all powerful no matter what.
A keg of grog. If not carefully stored, it'll go skunky. Not that anyone would taste the difference.
Uh-huh. Mom? Good guess. Nope. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, you guys were talking about the election. I said, well, who's going to be
An old treasure chest.
all
The sort of
powerful
thing
either way?
corporeal Guybrush would be incredibly interested in. An old treasure chest. The sort of thing corporeal Guybrush would be incredibly interested in.
Bezos. Good answer. That's not who I was thinking of, but you might be right, actually. What's your guess, Samus?
I don't think I'll be using those to attack any salesmen, so I can
China.
just appreciate their luminescence.
You're right. CCP. All-powerful CCP. They reign supreme.
Treasure, all you can dig. That's nice.
Even though, like I said, maybe Bezos too. Yeah. I'm surprised no one said Jesus.
Ugh, LeChuck's sock is really putrid. Maybe I can put it to good use by torturing people for information with it.
I like how this game, it changes the sound depending on your environment. It always does that. I'm a little distracted right now. I might need to take another break. I'm not sure.
Hi, Caleb.
Oh, hello again.
How did you say I could close the rips in the crossroads?
If you sacrifice your last shred of life in the main tear, that should do it. But like I said, then you'd be stuck on this side for good, and LeChuck would be free to do what he wants on the other.
Where have you been?
Oh, I don't know. Just wandering, I guess. I thought I heard my dog over here. I guess I was wrong.
Why are there other smaller rips in the crossroads?
Oh, those are for ambience. They create a nice mood light for those nice romantic nights.
The rips in reality are for mood lighting?
Mood lighting? Are you nuts? LeChuck must have discovered the monkeys of Montevideo and used them to conjure up the location of the crossroads in the physical world. That would have weakened the integrity of the fabric between the worlds.
See you later, Caleb.
Sure, anything's possible.
Yep. I try to remind myself of similar principles. I'm like, okay, what if I quit and then just kicked off the game again a week later like I do on my streams? Not that I'm actually doing that. I'm just saying, like, when I come back, I know what I do. I sweep each location and go down every dialogue line and just kind of regroup. Instead of, when I've been playing a while, I tend to skip over things because I'm like, I already tried that. And things just kind of recess to the background of my mind. And I just don't think about them anymore, even though what I think I need to do now and what I think is not important is the reverse of what I should be doing. And that's usually when I get stuck. What happens when I get stuck?
What's this stuff?
Those are the pieces I need to play a game I'm inventing called Rock, Paper, Fountain Pen.
That did not work for me for Bad As You. I reset that and I still couldn't get past anything. I've not played Thimbleweed Park. At least one other person, maybe two other people have asked me that before. Either that or you asked twice. I'm not sure. It's on my list of games to check into, though. I definitely have that game written down. It's in the queue somewhere. I'm not sure what I'll play after this, but I definitely have a list. So I'm definitely not in a situation where I don't know what to play.
I don't think so.
I have no reason to torture them with this disgusting footwear.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, which coincidentally is where this came from.
Oh, that happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time. You'll see it on streams. You guys see me say that all the time. I'll finally pass the puzzle and be like, oh, I thought I already tried that. I don't know why that happens.
Pirates don't bribe. Or...
Yep. All the time.
Nah.
I can't actually interact with the world physically, though. That's what's tricky about this.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Your fishy friend is holed up in the Leviathan's old cave and refuses to leave it.
Poor thing. Probably as frightened as a foul-hooked haddock.
I'm kind of numb to it at this point. I get that so often. Nice. Pick it up while you can. If you don't have it, everybody. Message everybody. That's crazy. How did that change?
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
If that's the case, then you should be able to look it up on one of those pages on Steam. Is it on the store page or on the library page, the community page? Somewhere, if you navigate around, you get the publisher info. And it'll tell you, I mean, if they updated it. Once again, shout out to Acid Rain 999 for gifting me Tales of Monkey Island. That person hasn't been able to join us in any of the streams, but was very generous nonetheless. Yep. See, this is what happens when you write your congressman. You get Monkey Island back available on Steam and GOG. Do you say GOG or is it GOG? I think I heard people say GOG. That just sounds weird to me. I don't know what I'm doing. Also, when I wander around, I think maybe I'm just running away from the one thing I need to do to continue the game.
Welcome back, friend.
Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
Well, let's open it.
$1 for your finest goods.
It's easier to sucker you in a bad trade than it is to steal it out from under your nose.
What's the story behind this?
I lifted that right out of the pocket of Betsy Bilgewater. Stealing that was easy. Trying to steal a kiss got me a swift kick to the boys.
Yikes.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
So, what kind of thievery skills do you have?
The usual, friend. Pickpocketing, lockpicking, safe cracking, and creating artificial buying pressure for a generally low trading volume issuer in the over-the-counter securities market.
Yeah, me too.
Sure.
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, over
Pinch.
here.
Oh.
Time to go, friend.
Oh, right.
I don't like his hands on my shoulders.
Till next time, friend.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
No, secrets aren't meant to be stolen.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer, but then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
Nope.
Yeah, I messaged them before, right before starting chapter 1, and I got a message back a couple days later. You know, they were saying they were busy, whatever, you know.
But then I'm turning around.
Just kind of said, hope you enjoy it. They were watching Monkey 3.
Why, I don't see anything over here.
Hey,
Are you
Lars.
sure you meant behind me?
I never said it was behind you, buddy.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here.
I just like how it's not even like a window like this. He's just staring at his bookshelf.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant
No,
behind?
secrets aren't meant to be stolen.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around. Why, I don't...
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot.
This is the last chapter of the last game. I mean, rest assured, I am stuck right now.
Shoot, this jar would be a great place to keep the tiny squawkers, but I can't get close enough to catch them. Nice treasure pile.
It is, and you do well to keep your scurvy little fingers off of it.
Why? Plenty to find.
How goes the treasure?
Fantastic!
So let me get this straight. There's a fabulous pirate treasure under each and every one of these X's?
What? You still got grave dirt in your ears? Try it yourself!
None of the games are Curse of Monkey Island. It's good. It's I actually like the story progression. I think they've done the chapter progression really well. Oh, look who it is. How you doing, Moss? Yeah, I would definitely recommend playing it. Like, if you're gonna play Monkey Island games, yeah, this is good. I mean, fortunately, I think the worst of the Monkey Island series, in my opinion, is Monkey Island 1. And that's a good thing. That means they got better. And even that was, you know, that was fine. And they're doing a good job even in this chapter, kind of trying to tie everything together, because you know you got these rips to these different areas, revisiting all the stuff. It's good. I like it. I think that they're, you know, It's not the telltale reputation of just everything 2 choices and whatever that is. This character will remember this, or whatever that was. That I never played, but I always heard about. I hate this part because I'm a ghost. I'm a spooky ghost.
Morbid.
Which means I can't actually touch anything.
A photo of my spirit. They say the ethereal camera of the afterlife subtracts 10 pounds.
Non-binary? What?
Huh. Another hypnotized monkey. I don't think I'll be using those to attack any salesmen, so I can just appreciate their luminescence.
Oh, I see. They made these first and then made crappy games?
An old treasure chest. The sort of thing Corporeal Guybrush would be incredibly interested in.
Has Lauren Matthews been here? Lauren's British, so she doesn't get on until later. Is it worth it to get one as like a joke? For like a crunk stream when bringing back the good old times? Some of my more longtime fans love those. That's where I am.
No. Forget it. It's stuck in there.
Here, let me get you caught up on the plot here.
We're not finished yet, LeChuck.
Back for more?
Elaine, wait! If I could just get to the cutlass! Uh-oh.
All right, now we're all caught up. Like, one thing I appreciate is that even though it is like 5 chapters, I can tell that there was thought into making sure it all tied together at the end. I can already detect that, and that's really nice. Yeah, but, Haffa and Matthew were debating something about global COVID stats or something. I wasn't really paying attention to it. Mainly because I'm a ghost and therefore I'm not contagious.
Noogie liked bongos and wooing the ladies. He turned on his brothers who sent him to Hades.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Mr. Winslow, perhaps Appleby could use another poem?
A man of my own philosophy. If you wish to lend a lover, you must give the full court press.
I just thought it might be nice.
Another haiku.
Shiny, shimmering, slimy.
Your fishy friend is holed up in the Leviathan's old cave and refuses to leave it.
Poor thing. Probably as frightened as a foul-hooked haddock.
Oh, is that the guy that was playing the bongos?
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
I would figure that if they just killed him off, they would, he would be a ghost somewhere in here.
Looks like Dakava's helmet found its way out of the manatee in one piece. I wonder if Dakava was so lucky. The Howler Monkey, forever committed to the salty depths. Giant manatee bones. To think, my bout of Cyrano-styled romance has brought peace to these murky depths. Nope. Nope. I don't think so. Nah. Hello? It's not that scary out here.
I could be skewered by LeChuck's fiery harpoon at any second.
It's not that bad. It's not that scary out here.
I could be skewered by LeChuck's fiery harpoon at any second.
It's not that bad. Winslow dropped another note.
His love overfloweth.
He's got a lot of it to give, I guess. I'll be back later.
Be careful.
So there's going to be something in that mechanism to intercept, but I don't know what it is. Hold on a second.
Hello? Another note from Winslow?
And another beautiful poem. 17 succulent syllables. Sigh.
Sigh.
Another note from Winslow?
And another beautiful.
I'll be back later.
Be careful.
Clam, I think we got off on the wrong foot. Foot. Oh, I'm sorry I made light of you not having 2 feet.
As a ghost, I can't touch it. Maybe I can find a way to get it up to Winslow.
The motion of my ocean isn't enough to jostle this seaweed.
Okay, let's look at this.
Up we go. What's this stuff?
Those are the pieces I need to play a game I'm inventing called Rock, Paper, Fountain Pen.
Hello, little monkey.
I wouldn't, sir. He's still a bit frustrated that we can't agree on the props we need for our new game. Rock, paper, and I say fountain pen. He disagrees and gets rather bitey about it.
Okay, paper beats rock, rock beats fountain pen beats paper. It actually works.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Your fishy friend is holed up in the Leviathan's old cave and refuses to leave it.
Poor thing. Probably as frightened as a foul-hooked haddock.
Mr. Winslow, perhaps Appleby could use another poem?
Good thinking.
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
All right, so let's watch that this time.
Sometimes on my birthday, Elaine wears fishnets. This being the real world, I still can't touch anything, so this fishnet has to stay here. Nope.
But my feet still touch.
Hello? Winslow dropped another note.
His love overfloweth.
He's got a lot of it to give, I guess. I'll be back later.
Be careful.
Wow. Okay, so last time I was watching, yeah, Guybrush died at the end of chapter 4. So I've been a ghost this whole stream.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Mr. Winslow, perhaps Appleby could use another poem?
Good thinking.
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
Oop. There we go. He covers his nose, but it doesn't matter. Yep, there it is. So I saw that when the clam opens again, there's a bubble that's released, and when the mermaid flies back, it whisks this over. Do they meet in a happy marriage? Like, it's too fast.
Booga booga. Huh. Huh. Hello? Winslow dropped another note. I'll be back later. Be careful. Booga booga. Booga booga.
So close.
Booga booga.
There it is.
Holy clam bubbles! Locket saved!
I say, Captain Fleetwood, my beloved has sent me a sign. I must prepare myself for our reunion. Mizzens, I haven't smelled this rotten since languishing in my own filth while doing my time in the hold of Captain Liverbottom's trader ship.
What's that?
Deodorant, Captain. Bought from the apothecary in Woodtick, I believe.
Winslow, the locket isn't a sign from Anemone. She loved your poem, but I sent that locket up here. I can't touch it, but it's the thing that's going to reunite my ghost with my body.
Oh, most important then.
Most?
Well, I'll hang it here as if it were our map. Remember our map, sir?
How could I forget?
Let this locket lead you back to your body, the way our map has led us to adventure.
Okay. Brief bathroom break. I will be right back.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Okay, I have returned.
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
The Voodoo Lady's locket transfers spirits to bodies based on which way that little arrow button is pointing. I can't press it, though. But I bet Winslow wouldn't mind helping.
Okay, so first of all, I need this on here.
I'll just cover up the Voodoo Lady. Voila! You can't touch anything, let alone press a button as a spirit. Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Mr. Winslow, would you mind pushing the button on that locket for your old captain?
Certainly, sir.
Ooh, I don't remember my body being this cold. Hey!
Ah! Great jumping gibbets! It's alive!
It ain't alive. It's some kind of voodoo zombie.
Quick, chop its head off!
What? Ooh, wait a second.
Don't worry, Your Honor. A good whomp in the choppers ought to take care of this one.
Bring it on, bug juice.
Bring it on, bug juice.
Ouch! Are you all right, sir?
I think I just had the spirit knocked out of me.
Ah, yes, that would explain the girlish scream.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
I keep getting kicked out of my body.
Perhaps you need a new perspective on the situation, sir. I always find it helps to leave for a while, then maybe come at the problem from a different point of view.
Well, let's try the other dialogue choices, even if none of them work. Maybe that's why that choice is there now.
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
Back for another round, zombie boy.
I'm sure we can talk this out.
Oh, back so soon, sir?
Ooh, yeah. Maybe I should try a different approach. Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
Actually, I need to change the temperature in here.
Back for another round, zombie boy.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood. I mean to kill you all. Ouch!
Welcome back, sir.
I guess they're all the same.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
Back for another round, zombie boy.
I surrender.
You do? Terrific! Off to jail with you. You there. I'll be back shortly. I'm taking this body to the jail.
Sure. The ladies come calling, I'll tell them that's where you went.
Oh, great. I'm in jail. Again.
Okay. I guess that worked. Oh, it's Jarza. How are you doing?
Hey, somebody stashed something behind this loose brick. It's a diary. Dear diary. Well, I am in jail. Apparently, I misunderstood when the mer
Pink
person I
purple.
met asked if I needed a lift. I assumed that meant I could ride him all the way into town. Anyway, I'm hiding you for now in case they search me. I don't want anyone knowing my personal inner thoughts. What else is in here? Dear Diary, I think that any moment now the manatees will start kissing. I hope I can slip out just as he slips the tongue. Ew. I think I've read enough.
Kissing manatees. What wasn't or no?
Ew, gross. That other windowsill is covered with chewed gum.
Oh wow, I took my I have my hook, but I still have my spirit stuff. I guess is some of this ethereal or what is going on here?
The Feast of the Senses. I used this to embiggen La Esponja Grande, and now look at all the trouble it's caused. I wonder whatever happened to my hand. I hope it's happy.
It's Elaine's wedding ring.
Yeah, it sucks to have parts of your body cut off.
Mo money, Mo ability to solve puzzles. Here's a tip. Glue down your tip jar.
Uh-oh. My body is starting to feel all numb and tingly. I wonder if that's a bad sign.
Uh-oh. Hey, what happened?
I don't know, sir. The locket sparked a couple of times, and before I could say sexy fish, you were back here.
Sexy fish?
It's an expression, sir. Something I picked up while on my tour of the exotic Limbo Islands.
So what you're saying is the effects of the locket are temporary?
That does appear to be the case, sir.
Well, that's just great. Winslow's deodorant. Luckily, my spiritual essence smells of lavender and honey.
Okay, so I don't know if I might go back. I can always try that, but I have another idea. Which one was it?
Hey, how'd my body get back here?
We came to check on you and found it just laying around. We figured you were dead again, so we just put you back here.
Yo, Bug-Eye!
What do you want, Pipsqueak?
You gotta tell me how you got out of the manatee and ended up on Flotsam.
What part of don't want to talk about it didn't you understand?
I bet I can guess. Perhaps you waited around until the mating ritual, made your way to the tongue, and escaped when the manatee went in for the kiss.
Hey, who told you that? That's private information.
And once free from the manatee, you...
Nightmare.
befriended a mer person who you ended up riding all the way to the shores of Flotsam.
That's impossible! No one knows about that!
Look at me! I'm Bug-Eye. I like to get in on manatee makeout sessions and ride merfolk around.
Are you mocking me, boy?
Alright, so that's the tweaking something. I guess since we can see him right there. Let's try to match him first. Stinky, tweaking, geezer. No. Meanie. Okay. So that's 141. One, 4, 1, 2, 3, 3.
Arr! Does it look like I'm mocking you? Arr!
Well, I guess not. You're just really ugly.
What? I thought you just tried to do something different than him.
Yo, Bug-Eye.
What do you want, Pipsqueak?
Oh. Look at me! I'm Bug-Eye. I like to get in on manatee makeout sessions and ride merfolk around.
Are you mocking me, boy?
Or maybe I just do the same thing?
Arr! Does it look like I'm mocking you? I'm Big Bad Bug-Eye. I keep a girly diary. I wish I had hair so I could put it up in curls.
Let's just see how that face looks with my fist shoved in it.
Oof! All right, that's enough. I think you need some time to calm down, lad. It's off to the drunk tank for you. And you, don't slime up the place while I'm gone.
I can't.
I'll just leave him there until he cools off.
Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
Yeah, it's just in the earlier rule of the game in chapter 3 was you have to do something different. Otherwise, if you copy his exact move, it was, oh, that's not original. You lose. And so the idea was, the game was, he does one thing, you do something completely original, right? So he picks 3 things off of the menu, and then you pick 3 other things off the menu, and then he picks 3 more things off the menu. You have to remember everything that was taken and do the last non-taken thing in each category. That was how you beat him before, right? No, I get the logic, but like my brain went there. I was thinking, okay, are we playing this game again? But then, you know, I don't know why I would mock him.
Talk to you later.
I just got rid of Bug-Eye so I can now enter through my body. I'm gonna get poked in the eye as soon as I enter my body.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself! Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies!
Bring it on, Grand Rump. Ouch!
Wow.
Back, sir.
Welcome back, sir.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir.
Now I have to get rid of WP.
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself! Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies!
I'm sure we can talk this out. Ouch!
Welcome back, sir.
Hmm.
Mr.
He's
Winslow?
not willing to
Yes,
talk it
sir.
out.
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
That's why I like Winslow, by the way. Certainly, sir.
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself! Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies!
I'm Guybrush Threepwood. I mean to kill you all.
Yeah, that's never gonna work.
Ouch!
Welcome back, sir.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
I like how it takes me back here. What's left of my spirit, though, to return to?
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself! Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies!
I surrender.
You do? Terrific! Off to jail with you!
Bug-Eye, we're neighbors.
Shut your cheese hole, zombie boy. You're the reason I'm in here, you know.
All right, I'll keep it down.
Oh, I'm in the other cell.
This stalactite of gum looks pretty fresh. Dust, spit, and just a hint of lavender. Otherwise, it's completely tasteless.
He puts it back.
Free Guybrush Threepwood! Free Guybrush Threepwood! No new taxes! Down with porcelain!
Hey, lay off the banging or I'm gonna shove that mug up your blowhole!
Free Guybrush Threepwood! Free Guybrush Threepwood! Oh, this just isn't the same.
Uh-oh. I feel a depossession coming on.
Hey, look at that! A gaping round hole in the wall. The voodoo lady must have escaped through this. Convenient. Okay. I can't believe I'm actually about to do this. Ugh. Disgusting. It tastes like earwax. Nope, that didn't do anything. Guess that wasn't the spirit gum. Uh-oh.
Welcome back, sir.
You know, every time I pass out in the jail, they haul my body back to the bar and redecorate it. You think I should go back as a ghost and check on my body? Yeah. Who knows what strange party favors they'll dress my body up in next. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Winslow.
Certainly, sir.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself! Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies!
I surrender.
You do? Terrific! Off to jail with you!
This isn't spirit gum. This tastes like cat litter. Ah, turkey and mashed potatoes? Delicious. In gum form? Not so much. Mmm, sour milk. That's a taste that's gonna linger. I think this is chocolate and pickle flavored. Pooh. Rotten clam flavor. No spirit gum here. Ah! This one had a tooth in it! I'm never gonna find the spirit gum this way. Ugh. Bile and squid ink. This certainly isn't spirit gum. Blueberry. I don't care for blueberry. And it's not the spirit gum.
I don't care for blueberry. He actually got a good flavor. Nope.
Turkey and mashed potatoes? Delicious. In gum form? Not so much. Sweet Lady Freedom. Uh-oh.
Of course.
Welcome back, sir.
I'm going to do this one more time and then
Mr.
try
Winslow?
another approach.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself! Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies!
I surrender.
You do?
Not again.
Welcome back, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir.
I keep getting kicked out of my body.
Perhaps you need a new perspective on the situation, sir. I always find it helps to leave for a while, then maybe come at the problem from a different point of view.
Generic but useful adventure game advice.
That's all for now, Mr. Winslow.
Very good, sir.
I should ask Winslow to press the button for me. Winslow's deodorant. Luckily, my spiritual essence smells of lavender and honey. What's this stuff?
Those are the pieces I need to play a game I'm inventing called Rock, Paper, Fountain Pen.
I mean, can I be a different body? Can I, like, become... It doesn't really matter, though, like... No matter who it is, it's temporary by nature.
Hey, how'd my body get back here?
We came to check on you and found it just laying around. We figured you were dead again, so we just put you back here.
The bullseye hasn't seen any action in quite some time. A testament to Judge Grindstump's assassin-like focus. Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
Please stop throwing darts at me.
What do you care? You're dead.
But I need my body. I'm not done with it.
Sorry. Just be grateful that I'm not a very good shot.
There's also this.
Ooh, I'm a scary ghost.
Yeah, quit that. You aren't scary. You just screwed up my concentration.
Oh.
mug full of root beer. Now all I need is some ice cream and my corpse will be able to enjoy a cool, refreshing root beer float. I mean, somebody best be filling this mug with grog.
Cheers to root beer and to the justice system. Oops. Root beer in the justice system?
Mr. Winslow?
Yes, sir?
Hold on a second, let me think. Oh. I was trying to remember where that other portal took me, but...
Would you mind pressing the button again?
Certainly, sir.
I'm back!
Hold your ground or I'll take you down myself. Ghosts are one thing, but I really hate zombies.
I surrender.
You do? Terrific! Off to jail with you.
How you doing over there, neighbor? A mug of root beer. What was once one of my favorite fountain treats will cause any spiritual matter to burn and pop. Let's see how spirit gum reacts to a little root beer. Ooh, that brings back unpleasant memories.
Oh.
Hey, now this is delicious and tingly and...
Hey, keep it down over there.
Whoa. Now that is spirit gum. All right, corpsey body. Let's go get that cutlass of Kaflu, save Elaine, and take down LeChuck once and for all.
Hey, don't you leave me here. Come on, at least give me some gum.
You've got your own adventure ahead of you, buddy.
I'm back, LeChuck. Now that I have my root beer proof and only slightly rotting body again, I can touch anything I want. So get ready to be touched. To death. Sharp, pointy death. Finally. Ouch! How piece you that stings.
Do you think I'm some kind of dolt, Threepwood?
Dolt?
This sword now has enough demonic power in it to bring down a god. Did you think we'd let you get your mortal hands on it?
Seriously, who uses the word dolt anymore?
With just one swipe, that sword could completely obliterate your body.
I do wish you hadn't made such a pest of yourself. I wanted you alive to see me marry Elaine.
I've told you 1,000,000 times, LeChuck. I'm already
Till
married to...
death do you part, Threepwood. And that part has already been taken care of. Elaine, my dear, please dispose of this irritating corpse?
With pleasure.
Elaine, sweetie, stop! It's me!
What?
Good news, sir. I found the map.
Mr. Winslow!
How dare you! I have a wedding ceremony to plan, a dress to pick out, a reception to arrange, and some bridesmaids to slaughter. I don't have time for this.
Man, he got that organized fast.
I'm more powerful now than I could have ever been as a lowly governor or a pitiful pirate.
Stupid sponge. I liked you better when you were smaller. Smaller. I've got to shrink that sponge.
This is marvelous. You really think you still have a chance? Go ahead, give it your best shot. I'll even give you a head start. Just know this. There is nowhere you can go where I cannot find you.
Listen up, Sponge. It's time you lost some weight. I still have my Feast of the Senses spell in my body. I just need to find someone who can help me reverse it.
So, here's the thing about my attitude right now, and something that's cool. One thing that is good about this, I know Mostap's point. I understand it about making things linear. Adventure games are linear anyway. But if this were a single game, getting in kind of this final area, I would start to, psychologically, I would exhaust myself. It'd be like, is this the end? No, I gotta solve more puzzles. Is this the end? No, I gotta solve more puzzles. Instead, I'm ready to go. Like, I mean, I am 4 beers in, 3.5, 3.6. Something like that. Like, I'm not rushing to the end. I understand, like I said, this is the end of the Monkey Island series for me. This is the last bit that I don't know about. So those are bridesmaids once. Oh, I didn't realize you identified as.
La Esponja Grande is sucking up the voodoo energy from the crossroads and transferring it to LeChuck. Maybe I can just push it. Nope.
Man, that's really harsh. All good adventure games aren't linear. I feel like that could be stated less harshly. Every single linear adventure game is bad. Anyway, I'm just talking about my energy level. Like, I'm not like, oh my God, is it not over yet? Like, I'm not thinking that at all.
I'm not going back in there while Elaine is a crazy demon with a cursed cutlass. I'm gonna have to shrink this sponge first.
Yeah, so I must have missed it or something. It seemed that Elaine voluntarily said, okay, LeChuck, I am your bride now. I don't know if she thought it was a good strategy or she really fell for LeChuck or what. But I don't know. It hit me the wrong way. Yep, I'm just letting you know what I'm thinking. Hold on a second. Are we good? Yes. Whoop, yeah. Philosophically, what would you consider a linear game and what's not? What's a non-linear game? Like what? Because obviously that's going to be a fuzzy border. All right, so let's just assess the state of things now. I mean, Winslow appeared at the other place, so... Okay, there's still a raft here.
Old Brute, the pirate alternative to bathing. This might help stave off that fresh corpse smell I'm starting to notice. Winslow's game props. I guess he gave up on it.
Even my zombie corpse can come down here. Is that important?
A fishnet woven of the finest meshes.
I can pick up stuff now.
Looks like Dakava's helmet found its way out of the manatee in one piece. I wonder if Dakava was so lucky.
Okay, so he doesn't pick up the helmet.
The Howler Monkey, forever committed to the salty depths.
So... See, the thing is, with something like Mist, that's too easy of a rubric, though. It's non-linear, but it's threaded linear, right? Like, it's not... How much consequential choice is really achieved by doing the ages in different orders? Is that... I'd almost consider that as linear as any other game. Like, it's not, but not in any meaningful way.
Hello?
I can't comment on Star Control 2, you know that.
I just thought you'd like to know that Van Winslow is leading an attack on LeChuck as we speak.
Oh, so valiant. I await his triumphant return.
Another note from Winslow?
And another beautiful poem. 17 succulent syllables. Sigh.
I guess she says sigh in order to alliterate with the other stuff.
I'll be back later.
Be careful.
I will never be back.
Up we go.
See, now I'm a zombie, so I don't see the skeleton. You know, Schwarzenegger is a very difficult word to spell.
Winslow's game props. I guess he gave up on it. Whoa!
I guess so. Well, I will tell you, as a gamer that has played through the chapters of the Monkey Island games, I don't know. This is a long game, so it's 5 chapters, and at those nexus points between the chapters, yeah, it's all the same. But within a chapter, they've done a good job having reasonably open worlds to wander around in. And I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'll also say they do a good job with that as well.
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Stupid cursed whispery parrot.
Maybe I can do these.
Aha! Now I gotcha, tiny little parrots. Oh, they're like tiny annoying golden mosquitoes.
Finally, I have them. Goodness.
They make the tiniest squawk I've ever barely heard.
I know that the thing made it sound like I want to put them in here.
Sorry guys, I need to keep you in a more contained space than my jacket pockets.
I don't want them to die. Should I poke holes in it?
Aw, they're so cute. I can barely hear their tiny voices squawking out, "I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate."
So if you are Dominic Armato in that situation, you have to impersonate the parrot that impersonated you. So you're Dominic Armato. You are the voice of Guybrush Threepwood. You are the voice of the golden parrot that impersonated Guybrush Threepwood. And then you have the audio manipulated sound of the golden parrot to be higher pitched version. So it's a more derivative voice of the pirate parrots. So now you need your Guybrush to impersonate those parrots down here. And so, despite the fact that it's all you and your voice, you need to have some... You don't want it to be too accurate, right? You want him... He was reasonably accurate. There's this derivative thing, and then this guy's going to be inaccurate. Like, that's almost like a tough puzzle. Like, you got to think about that line as you record it. I like that my zombie corpse can also go to the realm of the dead.
Threepwood.
Whoa, Nelly. The spirit binding must be messing with my head.
Hello, Guybrush.
Ah, you can do that too?
I'm sorry, but I must still conceal my whereabouts and communicate through the vessels of nature's works.
You picked a dead seagull?
A perfect place to go unnoticed.
I can't help but think the advantages of flight could be more useful. So I need to shrink the sponge. I have the Feast of the Senses, but I don't want to make it any bigger.
The opposite, in fact.
I'm sorry. I didn't take Voodoo Spell Reversals 201 at Hexer's Community College.
Well then, Guybrush.
Yes?
Ask around.
What the heck am I, anyway? I feel one step removed from a zombie.
No steps
You are
removed.
no stranger to the reanimation of corpses. You are now familiar with the form that LeChuck has known so well.
So you're saying I'm a zombie?
Defining such states is folly in the realm of voodoo.
I'm a zombie.
If you insist.
there anything else I should know about being a zombie? Are you flush with zombie advice?
Your true form is not lost.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere.
But such powerful reanimation is outside of the realm of voodoo. It requires something much more rare.
A four-headed monkey?
A four-headed monkey?
That I'm afraid I don't know either. The spirit must be compelled to reconstitute itself. That is all I can share.
That's really nice. They had that line up their sleeve this entire series, and they use it right here at the end. Well played.
I'm having a hard time getting over this dead seagull thing.
You must realize that oftentimes in life, it is not where the message comes from, but the message itself.
But it's
Duh.
gross. I'm sure you've heard by now, but Elaine is a demon bride of LeChuck.
Your wife's ways are her own, her fate compelled by unknown forces.
Yeah, she's a bit of a loose cannon.
For once, I agree with you, Treepwood.
Aside from joining my archenemy, I generally appreciate the sass.
Be careful, Guybrush. You must make your own choices, for Elaine does not trust in the ways of voodoo.
Your ways of voodoo have really done a number on me lately.
The ebb and flow of the tides of our suffering cannot be controlled.
Why are you doing this to me? What did I do to chap your hide?
I am not your enemy, Treepwood. In fact, I have most likely saved you from yourself.
Right. Tell that to my shambling mess of a body here. Ever since LeChuck got a hold of your diary, he's really had it in for you.
The dread pirate LeChuck is not one for nuances. You know this, Guybrush.
Back on Flotsam, though, he seemed pretty convinced you were evil.
What else happened back on Flotsam? Did he not slaughter you and your friend Morgan Le Fay in cold blood? LeChuck is mad as usual. I do not blame him for his anger towards me, or towards you. It is expected and beyond his control.
You're saying LeChuck is just being LeChuck?
Yes.
I have a semi-voodoo related question. How come when I opened the crossroads, I could pass through, but Morgan couldn't?
Maybe you still have some connection to the physical world that you are clinging to.
You mean my shred of life? Then that means LeChuck kept a shred of life when he died too.
Perhaps. Who is to say if the shred was his own?
Oh, I can take his shred, combine it with my shred, and become total normal person, and he'll disappear forever. Why hadn't anybody else thought of this?
Why should I believe any of this?
Fine, you don't have to. I'll be going then.
Whoa, whoa, you don't have to go.
I have said all I can at this time. Good luck, Guybrush. Do not let the forces of ill will or the ignorance of others knock you from your path.
Wait!
Dead.
I believe you! Ah, man.
Huh. Another hypnotized monkey.
Snap out of it, monkey.
Oh, what a surprise. It's locked.
My lockpicking hook.
Looks like somebody was on their way to a LeChuck dress-up contest.
Treepwood!
Yeah! Stop doing that!
In there, you will find some of the things that allowed LeChuck to get so close to your beloved Elaine.
What? I don't think I want to look in there anymore.
LeChuck's human form was most impressive, but we can all use the help of voodoo from time to time.
I think I'm set in the voodoo department.
If it's trust you seek, LeChuck's belt should do nicely.
Don't you find it strange that LeChuck left this stuff out here in the open? I think he'd want to get rid of it.
LeChuck is careless.
The dead bird is not helping me trust her more.
Whump. Ugh, too many inventory items again.
It's the belt buckle LeChuck wore when he was human. Funny how a smiling face always seems trustworthy, even on a skull. Old Brute deodorant. Bonsoir, stinky pits. Aw, they're so cute! I can barely hear their tiny voices squawking out, "I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate."
It's Elaine's wedding ring.
I wonder whatever happened to my hand. I hope it's happy.
Okay. Let's see.
I've got all the LeChuck trinkets I need out of this ominously convenient box. Hey, Voodoo Lady, come on back! The seagull's not that gross.
You may as well give up.
You don't scare me, LeChuck.
Oh, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just gonna kill you.
Wah!
What did that have to do with anything?
I don't think I'll be using those to attack any salesmen, so I can just appreciate their luminescence.
What was that for?
Nope.
Did that have any relevance to the plot?
Okay, I guess this is the only treasure I'm gonna get. Aha! Now I gotcha, tiny little parrots.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Oh, they're like tiny annoying golden mosquitoes.
Maybe that just ends up being an extra inventory item.
Okay.
Dang it. Got too close.
Okay.
Alright, so what happens if I catch another one while I'm already carrying one? Technically two, but, you know.
Aha! Now I gotcha, tiny little parrots.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Oh, they're like tiny annoying golden mosquitoes.
Okay. It feels like I've done enough here for now. I'm a good 3
Hey,
point.
my parrots are leaving. Come on back, little guys. Ah, well, there'll probably be plenty more.
Okay, they're in the jar. That's my 4th beer. That's got to be enough for tonight, right?
Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
I don't want to go to jail.
Talk to you later. Hyper flammable mourner's kindling.
But there's no dartboard. Why is he talking about his stroke? He's just drinking.
Guybrush Threepwood. Mighty. How come there's only one of these? I thought all probationary members had to wear blindfolds.
Probationary members? There are no probationary members here.
But your bouncer said...
Oh, that rock rib. Always good for a laugh.
What?
A blindfold, ingeniously designed to inhibit one's ability to see.
Oh my god, it's Noosegate.
I don't need to use the facilities right now. I bet nobody calls him the life of the party. Heyo! Hey, it's Jacques the monkey. Hey, little guy. Huh. Wonder why his eyes are all funky again. A keg of grog. If not carefully stored, it'll go skunky. Not that anyone would taste the difference.
Can we just go back to fighting cancel culture? Cancel culture. How good do you think that parlor site will be good at that?
It's the Feast of the Senses spell I once used to make La Esponja Grande big. I need to find someone who can help me reverse the spell.
I don't know how long ago you post that.
I don't think they can help me with reversing the feast spell. I should look for someone more in tune with the nature of voodoo, and spells, and bad poetry. Barrel-aged root beer.
Boo!
Ah!
You can't hide from me, Threepwood.
I wasn't hiding. Oh!
Welcome back, friend.
Alright, this fucking guy.
Hey, what's in this thing?
That? Oh, that's a secret.
Oh, what kind of secret?
If I knew that, it wouldn't be a secret.
Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
So, what kind of thievery skills do you have?
The usual, friend. Pickpocketing, lockpicking, safe-cracking, and creating artificial buying pressure for a generally low-trading volume issuer in the over-the-counter securities market.
Yeah, me too. There's something,
Ooh, where?
Ooh, where?
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
Nope, I never said it was behind you.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around.
This is nice. Where'd you get this from?
Ah, that I stole from Captain Bloodbeard himself, just after his crew mutinied and made him walk the plank. From the crow's nest.
Oh.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
Aw, they're so cute. I can barely hear their tiny voices squawking out, I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Okay, I'm
no.
going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around.
Apparently, it's a voodoo charm that helped make people trust LeChuck when he was human.
I don't see
Never fooled me,
anything
though.
over here.
Nope, not me. Never fooled for even 1 minute.
Are you sure you meant behind me?
Apparently, it's a voodoo charm that helped make people trust
Maybe
LeChuck
if I
when he was
try
human.
squinting.
Never fooled me, though. Nope, not me. Never fooled for even 1
Okay,
minute.
I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer.
That's it?
But then I'm turning around.
Like I said, I like the Pox story better, where it removed the Pox from LeChuck and put it on everyone else, and then it reversed. When it reversed it, it put all the Pox back on LeChuck. I liked that explanation a lot better. So he was actually a good guy for a while.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around. Why, I don't see anything over here.
This guy.
Are you sure you meant behind me?
A blindfold, ingeniously designed to inhibit one's ability to see.
Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just
Apparently,
a
it's
little
a
bit
voodoo
longer.
charm that helped make
But
people
then
trust
I'm
LeChuck
turning
when he
around.
was human. Never fooled. A fishnet woven of the finest meshes.
Why, I don't see anything over here.
Old brute deodorant. Bonsoir, stinky pits.
Are you sure you meant behind me? Maybe if I try squinting. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for just a little bit longer. But then I'm turning around.
No, secrets aren't meant to be stolen.
Why, I don't see anything over here. Are you sure you meant behind me?
Alright, so now I'm lost again. Okay.
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
No.
Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got my stroke back.
I surrender. Take me to jail.
For what?
For kidnapping my own body.
Good enough. Let's go.
I guess I'll head back to the bar.
How about a towel, sir?
Thanks. Back in my regular digs, only slightly worse for wear, considering. Hey, it's Jacques the monkey. Hey, little guy. Huh. wonder why his eyes are all funky again. They trust me enough as is.
Hmm.
It's been my experience that people don't take well to involuntary blinding. Old Brute deodorant. Bonsoir, stinky pits. I too question their hygiene, but no. Hyper flammable mourner's kindling. Guybrush Threepwood. Mighty. No.
Still on your scavenger hunt, Threepwood?
You can make fun of me and punch me about all you want, LeChuck.
You're right. I can. Thanks.
Shoot.
I guess that's how they replicate that final boss with LeChuck. He constantly tortures you thing. How is there nobody up here? I thought that somebody was supposed to be up here, even if it isn't Morgan anymore. I noticed when I went to the jail that Bug Eye is gone.
It's the Feast of the Senses spell I once used to make La Esponja Grande big. I need to find someone who can help me reverse the spell.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that it seems that they're trying to sort of replicate that theme, even though it's kind of unnecessary, because at least the way they implemented it, they're waiting for me to want to leave anyway. It's not like a random event where they kick me out.
Pirates don't bribe.
Hold on, Threepwood. LeChuck may still be out there somewhere, waiting to skewer us all. Until this crisis blows over, the only safe places on Flotsam Island are my club and my jails.
Kind of an interesting flip, huh? Earlier in the game when it was hard to get into Club 41 and we were wandering around the rest of the island.
Penang. It's like grog for monkeys, and a leading cause of simian diabetes. A keg of grog. If not carefully stored, it'll go skunky. Not that anyone would taste the difference. Aw, they're so cute! I can barely hear their tiny voices squawking out, "I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate."
So I've gone from human to ghost to zombie. Is there another form that I have to reach before I can come back to human? I'm honestly a little lost, in case you couldn't tell.
I don't need to use the facilities right now. Guybrush Threepwood, mighty... no.
You may as well give up.
You don't scare me, LeChuck.
Oh, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just gonna kill you.
Hi, Caleb.
Oh, hello again, Dry Rub.
It's Guybrush.
That's what I said.
How did you say I could close the...
If you sacrifice your last shred... But like I said, then...
Can you help me reverse this spell? You said you were a connoisseur of the occult, right?
Feast of the senses. Trying to watch your figure, eh, Porky?
What? No, it's not for me, obviously. It's for...
Don't worry, Carnivorous Wood.
Oh, come on. That doesn't even sound like Threepwood.
Losing weight is easy if you follow a strict diet. Here, try this.
No, I don't need a diet. Never mind. Diet of the senses. Like a sponge, you are bloated in your hips and thighs. Block out the sight with a cover for your eyes. The smallest mouth snacks on a tiny whispered word. A sound so petite it is barely heard. A light touch for an appetizer, stay true and thrive. A delicate feather, plucked from a bird half alive. Your sixth sense is bloated with fates not yet dealt. You'll find that a secret will help tighten your belt. Fight the smell of the after-dinner treat. Eliminate odor and the urge to eat. To keep off the weight, you need food with no flavor. Find a taste so bland there's nothing to savor.
I should have found that 30 minutes ago. Sorry, guys. All right. I forgot about this. Yeah.
A feather. A tiny touch.
Yeah.
Gross.
Okay. So I actually think I have everything. No, I don't. Not quite. Okay. So I think I'm building up an alcohol tolerance. Because I feel like I've gone at it pretty hard, but yet I'm not. If I don't get another one, I'm going to be too sober for this.
Hey, WP.
Hold on a tick. I've almost got...
I need to shrink La Esponja Grande with this voodoo spell. Seen any of these items around?
I outgrew scavenger hunts long ago.
And normal-sized pants, apparently.
Hey, I have a smashing idea. You're in a bar that's literally built out of random sea flotsam. Maybe you should take a look around.
I surrender. Take me to jail.
You got it.
A taste so bland there is nothing to savor. This ABC gum should fit the bill.
Okay.
ABC gum. For the bubble blower on a budget. Diet of the senses. I guess I'll head back to the bar.
See, that time LeChuck didn't beat him up.
I'm not going back in there while Elaine is a crazy demon with a cursed cutlass. I'm gonna have to shrink this sponge first.
Like a sponge, you are bloated in your hips and thighs. Block out the sight with a cover for your eyes. This blindfold ought to do the trick.
Now, if you do it in the, let's say you do it in the wrong order.
To keep off the weight, you need food with no flavor. Find a taste so bland there's nothing to savor. Here you go, Sponge. Chew on this for a while.
Oh, maybe the order doesn't matter?
The smallest mouth snacks on a tiny whispered word. A sound so petite it is barely heard. Bon voyage, my barely audible buddies. A light touch for an appetizer, stay true and thrive. A delicate feather, plucked from a bird half alive. That doesn't need to be charmed. That doesn't need to be charmed. Diet of the senses. Like a sponge, you are bloated in your hips and thighs. Block out the sight with a cover for your eyes.
Oh, you need to
The
get
smallest
this
mouth
secret.
snacks on a
Let's
tiny
see.
whispered word. A sound so petite. Your fight to.
I heard tighten your belt, and I was like, oh, the belt buckle, but no, it's the secret. Dang it. Okay.
Fight the smell of the after-dinner treat. Eliminate odor and the urge to eat. Fights odor and wetness for the active pirate. And sponges.
Welcome back, friend.
Take a look at this.
Nice find, friend. Did you steal that yourself?
I did. I snatched it right off LeChuck's belt.
I trust that you did.
Yeah? What if I told you that I stole this from a three-headed mermaid who had come here from the future riding a giant space turtle?
I trust you, friend. If you say it's true, then I believe you.
Nice secret you've got there. Care to share it with me?
Normally I wouldn't trust a thief like yourself, but there is just something about you.
Oh, that's just the enchanted voodoo charm talking.
What?
Oh, nothing. Excuse me.
What is it, friend?
There's something,
Ooh, where? Why, I don't see anything over here.
I had to make him look one more time.
Good luck with the pilfering. I gotta go.
Come back soon, friend.
Okay, here we go.
That pirate thief stole my voodoo trust charm. He's good. Shh, it's a secret. Your sixth sense is bloated with fates not yet dealt. You'll find that a secret will help tighten your belt. One sponge shrinking secret coming up. Uh-oh. I hope that's not indigestion.
What?
Don't you think what you did can't be undone? Elaine will be my demon bride, come hell or high water.
Guybrush, how?
The voodoo lady. She brought me back.
The voodoo lady? Think of all the peril that woman has put you in. You've been blindly led around by her for so long, Guybrush.
But without her...
Attack, my fishy friends! Get up with the old backward sea slug!
Enough of this. This be going on far too long. Elaine is mine. my demon bride, to make me a kingly breakfast each morning, to see to it that my fortress of evil is kept tidy in case we have guests over to torture, to patch up all my worn-out, tattered socks, and...
That's my Laney Poo!
You're right, sweetie. He doesn't give you much to work with, does he? Uh-oh.
Excuse us a moment, Guybrush. The wifey and I need to have a little private talk.
Whoa!
Perfect shot.
A futile, if admirably treacherous gesture, my buttercup. Even without La Esponja's help, I've already sucked up so much power that I can simply step into the crossroads and take as much voodoo energy as I desire. You see, you can temporarily destroy my body, Elaine, but you cannot damage my spirit. Oh, my spirit!
Take that, you big, ugly, undead voodoo-stealing bunchback toad!
Oh, Morgan? What are you doing here? And where did you get that sword?
Look, we can kill LeChuck, but we have to find a way to take him on in both the physical and the spiritual plane at the same time!
Do what now?
Oh, you were doing research or something?
Look out!
I'll be back for you, lass.
LeChuck!
Think of all the times you tried to destroy me.
To be fair... Oh! Ow.
All that pain, all that suffering. Now just imagine what I'm gonna do to you, Three-Pod.
Oh.
Guybrush!
Ta-da! Okay, here we're up. Here on the thing. Alright. One final bathroom break for the boss battle. Give me a couple minutes. Be right back. let's obliterate LeChuck once and for all. Charles L. Charles. What kind of name is Charles? Who the hell would ever have a name like Charles?
A sail filled with the ill winds of... Oh, forget it. All this getting punched in the face is leaving me feeling unmetaphoric. LeChuck, you've kidnapped Elaine. You've strung me up in lame traps, zapped me with a voodoo doll. You've tried to force me to be your undead slave, but never tried to kill me so brazenly.
Which is the greatest mistake I ever made.
What?
Mind the drop.
Hey, man.
A bunch of barrels containing God knows what. They're locked up tight.
Away from limited vintages of grog. We'll crack open the finest over your shriveled corpse.
Considering their buoyancy, bones are not an altogether bad choice for shipbuilding material. Plus, they're terrifying.
A rope leading over the side of the boat.
You always wanted to be a pirate, isn't that right?
Oh, or a fireman. Or an astronaut. You know.
You're not a real pirate until you've had the plunder and pleasure of being keel-hauled on this ship. Many a crewman has seen the underside of this ship, but none were as sniveling and sorry as you.
The keys.
Did we enjoy our little swim?
Refreshing.
You look spent, Swabby. Perhaps you ought to rest a spell. Off to your quarters.
Whoa!
Hello.
There's a part of me that imagines LeChuck's cabin with pastel walls.
It's so cute, watching my dear Elaine swing that sword like she knows what she's doing. Did it ever occur to you that I know more about that cursed cutlass than all of ye barnacle brains?
Oh yeah, he's gonna send me around a loop. By the way, I'm just gonna note, I can tell that they're doing their best to handle this properly, right? It is the last chapter of... They probably felt as they were making this that this would be the last game. And so they really wanted to tie everything together. And I can see how they're really trying to do that, and I appreciate that.
Leads down to the wheelhouse. Leads down to the wheelhouse. A sail filled with the ill winds of... Oh, forget it. All this getting punched in the face is leaving me feeling unmetaphoric.
Why are you doing this? I'm tired of putting up with you. And I just love the sound you make when you hit the deck.
Elaine!
Guybrush?
Hey, is it weird that I thought you were a little sexy when you were all poxed up?
What?
I mean, does that mean I'm secretly a little attracted to LeChuck?
Focus!
Lanykins!
3P!
I've still got your ring.
Thank goodness.
Elaine!
Guybrush!
Need any help?
Not really. You?
Nah, I'm good. Plunder Bunny!
Pickaroonie!
So, how was your day?
No, usual.
After this is all over, let's say we take a nice long vacation.
I thought this was the vacation.
Elaine!
Guybrush!
Are you okay?
I feel fine. I'm sorry, Guybrush. LeChuck will kill you.
I'll be all right.
So right here, I can't control him, even though I'm seeing these keys right here.
Wow! Lanykins!
3B!
You sure you have no lasting demon after effects?
Just the burning desire to kill LeChuck.
That's my girl. Elaine!
Guybrush!
Oh, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. And my spleen.
You think that's bad? Try being engaged to him. He wanted a pineapple wedding cake with chocolate fondant icing.
What a jerk. Elaine!
Guybrush!
I didn't know zombies could hurt like this.
I don't think you're technically a zombie, darling.
Oh! Ow! Wonder Bunny!
Pickaroonie!
I'm gonna try to lure LeChuck into the crossroads again. So, if he kills me again, you've got this covered, right?
No problem, babe.
Elaine!
Guybrush!
Whatever happens, you've got to stop LeChuck while he's between worlds. Promise me you won't give up and become his bride again.
Don't talk like that. I love you.
Promise me!
I promise.
No! Oh, back up to the crow's nest again.
I've always wanted to try this. I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pie. Oh! Whoa! Oh.
Oh, okay.
Lanykins!
3B!
Attack LeChuck!
I'm on it, sweetie.
Elaine!
Guybrush!
Oh.
Be careful!
You be careful.
Elaine is doing a better job with that skeleton army than I'm doing with LeChuck.
Would you mind inspecting me hull for me?
Oh, it's full of holes. We should really take her into port. Get a nice mug of grog. Talk about the good old days.
I think today will become my good old days.
Stop it, you monstrous maggot mating ground!
Elaine, not even you and your flimsy sword can stop me now.
Watch me try. Ugh.
Oh, because he's not pulling the the rope anymore.
I'm not done with you.
like mine better.
LeChuck's always had sort of a gaudy, overcompensating sense of decor.
It's so cute, watching my dear Elaine swing that sword like she knows what she's doing. Did it ever occur to you that I know more about that cursed cutlass than all of ye barnacle brains? Ah!
So what if I'd used my hook on this rope?
Try to fly away, little peepwood.
Okay, that's a new location, I guess. A
If I
rip?
can get back into the crossroads, at least LeChuck won't have as much sea-hardened ship to smash me into.
What else can I do here, though?
You know what's so great about this?
Ah! We're both getting our cardio in for the day?
The simplicity. It's just you, me, my ship.
Elaine!
And no voodoo lady. By Blackbeard's boots, I hate that woman. Now I think it's time for you to swab the deck.
I wonder if one of these keys will unlock that drawer on the desk that Elaine bought from the yard sale. Nah, probably not. That's not gonna work.
Oh, it became a cursor for a while.
About Morgan, Guybrush?
What?
That sultry sea minx had it for Threepwood. Her corsair sailed for only him. A pity I had to kill her. But now they can kindle their love in hell.
Ah! Whatever. I'm struggling with the mouse slipping outside the... Whatever. Where's my mouse cursor? There it is.
Quit making a mess. I'm gonna swab my deck with your scraggly excuse for a beard.
Stupid undead minions. You shouldn't have gotten on Elaine's bad side. Ooh.
Plunder Bunny!
Pickaroonie!
I like the cannon!
Yes, dear!
Now, I got the keys. Do I want one of those swords too, or who knows? It's a tricky thing to figure out as it constantly moves. Yeah, it didn't do anything. Well,
Ah, a seesaw. At sea. Ha.
It's so cute, watching my dear Elaine swing that sword.
Oh. Ah.
Oh. Saw a couple of those weapons.
It's a giant demonic cannon of doom. It would be just big enough for me to hide in. Oh, it's so high up. Oh. And my acrobatic skills are waning.
How I can't wait for you to give up and just go away!
Elaine!
Guybrush!
Light the cannon again!
I'm on it, sweetie.
I like mine better. LeChuck's always had sort of a gaudy, overcompensating sense of decor.
Ha!
Guybrush! Oh my god, you look terrible!
LeChuck's giving me a bit of the business.
We need to trap him, Guybrush!
Oh, you two can get cozy together when I'm done giving Threepwood his painful and permanent farewell into the afterlife. Ow! Arr!
I can't reach it. Morgan? I think I need this more than ever.
Guybrush, what are you doing?
It's the only way.
What?
Is it over? Hello? Did we win? I guess we did. The center of the crossroads. Guess I'm stuck here for good now. Courage, anchor, direction, sacrifice. Place these things in a ring at the center of the crossroads. Ah, clever. Wow, what a rush! Hey, my hand is back. Oh.
Guybrush! Oh, it's about time.
It is? Wait, you were expecting me? But I was dead. Is that why you gave me—
You should know enough to trust me by now, Guybrush Threepwood.
But you asked LeChuck to make you a demon bride. How did you know I would be able to bring you back from that?
After all these years and all of our adventures, two things are certain. That I always have a plan, and that Guybrush Threepwood will always come for me when I need him most.
That was your master plan? You have more faith in me than I thought.
Oh, he still has the ring.
Well, the important thing now is that LeChuck is gone. For good this time.
And you are finally free from whatever fate was planned for you and LeChuck.
And that's what this whole Esponja Grande thing has been about, huh?
Actually, it's pronounced Esponja with an H sound at the end.
Really? But we've all been saying Esponja.
Yes, I know. It's been bothering me this whole time. I'm just telling you because I don't want you to look silly.
I felt the same way. I was like, I thought it was pronounced that way. Okay. Still so many questions. No, but what about the rest of the questions? So what's the final fate of Morgan and the voodoo lady and heck, even LeChuck? Does he just not exist? Does it all happen post-credits? Goblins games are hard. That's very true. Or, well, I only played that one. Were you around back then when I played Goblins 3, Samus? I see. So why was the ring able to magically fix everything? Yeah, you can see how that was. You can see how a lot of stuff, when especially when things are linear or episodic, how the ending is just kind of hodgepodge or just. That one was. They really wanted everything to tie together at the end, and I really appreciated that. Here we go. I was wondering.
So, my child, have you done as I asked?
I have. Now for your end of the deal.
Yes, your actions have influenced your fate. I will allow your ghostly form to return to the physical realm to carry on as a fearsome pirate hunter.
Ghost pirate hunter Morgan Le Flay. I think I'm going to enjoy this.
Perhaps. You have chosen your own fate. Now go. There is much work to be done before the tides of destiny shift again.
Well, I didn't understand any of that. Oh, were they planning on a sequel and they weren't able to do it? Because they seem to tie everything together well. Maybe it's often one of those things where they don't know whether there will be another one or not. So, like, you want to have it really tie up, but then it's like, well, maybe, but probably not. Who knows? All right. Well, I guess that's it, guys. I had a lot of fun with this series. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that series for sure. Yeah. What else can I say? What else can I say about it? Just yeah, how I really liked how they tied it all together and they put a lot of thought into it. Like I said, I didn't, episodic I guess is linear, even though each episode itself didn't feel linear. It's a pretty open world within each episode. So, how long was the game compared to normal games? Was it about the same length? It might be a little longer, actually. But maybe I'm just slow, so who knows? Also, yeah, that's I guess another thing is, are the other Sam and Max games as good as Sam and Max Hit the Road? That's the only one I've played. I guess I could have left that menu up. Yeah. Well, I guess that's going to be it for this stream. I had a lot of fun, guys. Yeah, I'll look at my queue and see what I'm going to do next. But yeah, that's an end of an era right there. So I hope you had as much fun as I did. And I guess I'll see you in the next one.